every Mariner has fanned, and Pedro has punched out 15.
Fourth strikeout, third in a row. Strike 3 call. Fifth strikeout for Curt Schilling. From Fenway Park, NESN presents Boston Red Sox baseball. This afternoon, the Red Sox and the Seattle Mariners wrap up their 3-game series. Hi, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo. Welcome to Red Sox baseball. We see Curt Schilling today take the mound. Before Curt signed here as a free agent, one of his concerns was Fenway Park. It's not been a concern since he's been with the Red Sox. We take a look at the numbers so far for him. Last time out against Oakland, 7 innings, giving up just the 2 runs. Tampa Bay before that. So back-to-back wins for Schilling. And this season here at Fenway Park in 5 starts, 4-0 with a 1.91 earned run average. Not a concern at all for Curt Schilling. So welcome in Jerry Remy. Jerry, from the offensive standpoint, Manny Ramirez has been hot.
Oh, he really has, Don. You know, just about 2 weeks ago, he was saying, I've lost my pop. I can't hit home runs anymore. Well, that has certainly changed big time for Manny Ramirez. 6 home runs for him in his last 10 games. He now leads the American League in home runs with 14, and he's tied with Joe DiMaggio, 361 career all-time. And the most impressive thing to me about Manny Ramirez, not only as a hitter, but as a power hitter, the way he used the whole field. On Friday night, a ball down and in, and that's a pitch right there that very few right-handers can drive to the opposite field for a home run. Now, in the ball game yesterday here at Fenway Park, he got almost the same pitch. This time he pulls it. Same location, but when Manny makes his mind up to go to the opposite field, he can drive a ball for a home run that way. When he decides to pull, he can hit a home run that way. So right now, he's in a great streak, not only hitting-wise, but also hitting home runs.
Today, the Red Sox will face Ryan Franklin. It's Curt Schilling against Franklin on a beautiful day from Fenway. Back with the first pitch after this. Baseball on NESN is brought to you by Acura, by Foxwoods Resort and Casino, by New England Dodge Dealers, by LoJack, by Nissan, and by Southwest Airlines. Well, a picture-perfect afternoon at Fenway Park. High blue skies, and the Red Sox and Mariners wrapping up their 3-game series. We take a look at the visiting Mariners starting lineup, brought to you by Rico. Ichiro leading it off for Seattle. Dave Hansen at third base. Edgar Martinez, the DH. Raul Ibanez in left. Brett Boone at second base. John Olerud at first. Holbert Cabrera at shortstop batting 7th. Dan Wilson doing the catching. And Randy Wynn in center field batting 9th as they face Curt Schilling.
Curt Schilling making his 11th start of the season. His record stands at 6-3. The 2.82 ERA is best in the American League. And he is second to Pedro Martinez in strikeout. Schilling with 66. Pedro with 72. He's making his first career start ever against the Mariners. He did make a relief appearance against them when he was with the Orioles, but that was back in 1990 at Fenway Park, a perfect 4-0 with a 1.91 ERA. The Red Sox defense is brought to you by Lexus, and the defense has Kevin Youkilis at third base, Pokey Reese the shortstop, Mark Bellhorn at second, and Brian Daubach at first base. Left to right, Manny Ramirez, Gabe Kapler, and Kevin Millar. Jason Veritek doing the catching for Curt Schilling.
And the umpiring crew has Laz Diaz in behind the plate. Bill Welke at first, John Hirschbeck at second, and Wally Bell is the umpire at third. Where available, this telecast can be heard in Spanish by selecting the SAP button on your television remote. Enjoy the game.
Buenas tardes, amigos.
Red Sox tradition meets high definition. Today's game is brought to you by the HD experts at Tweeter. Tweeter, just sit back and enjoy. Beautiful afternoon at Fenway Park. Sold out Fenway Park, as you might imagine, as Ichiro climbs into the box on the left side to face Curt Schilling. Well, after the .332 start, 3 homers and 18 runs batted in for Ichiro. And the first pitch of the ball game. This is inside, ball 1. Ichiro slaps it foul off the left side, and it's 1-1.
Well, the weather today very similar to yesterday here at Fenway. It's a little bit warmer, but that breeze still very strong from left to right. And again, it's something infielders and outfielders are going to have to contend with.
This is your 3rd partner in 3 days.
Yeah.
You're going to have trouble with names today?
Let's hope not, Frank.
So 1-2 to Ichiro. A very nice ceremony before the game today. Ben Mondor, the great owner of the Pawtucket Red Sox, honored here today at Fenway Park. The announcement that he'll be placed in the Red Sox Hall of Fame in a very nice moment here at Fenway.
Yeah, that was nice, and it looked like he was really touched by the whole ceremony, and what an honor to get put into the Red Sox Hall of Fame. Ben Mondor, well, you know better than I do, Don. You work for him. He's done great work down for those Pawtucket Red Sox. Terrific owner.
The most generous person you'll ever meet. To center field, Kapler coming on hard, and he will run it down for out number 1. And this is just a few moments ago on the field as Ben Mondor, surrounded by Lou Schweckheimer as general manager. Tim Wakefield bringing out the jersey, the plaque from Larry Lucchino. And I think Ben was most surprised to find out that 422 players have graduated from his Pawtucket Red Sox to Boston and to the major league. That is an amazing number.
Well, and also an announcer, too.
What announcer? That's right, a couple, actually. The San Francisco Giants voice, Dave Fleming, and Gary Cohen, great Mets voice. This is Dave Hansen, the 3rd baseman for the Mariners. Had very good numbers against Curt Schilling, including 2 home runs.
Hansen making his first start of this series. He's pinched hit against the Red Sox, but starting this ball game today at 3rd base, and you can see the reason why. The numbers we just showed you against Curt Schilling from his time in the National League.
Left and foul back out of play. Jerry, when I was in the dugout waiting to go on the field, I got to see firsthand the Curt Schilling getting ready for an outing look. Wow. It was scary just standing anywhere near him. He was the only one in the dugout besides me, and I looked over and he was very much in the zone. And in the dirt, and it's now 2-2 to Dave Hansen.
Now the Red Sox start today for the first time in a long time in 2nd place. The Yankees have jumped out in front. The Red Sox a half game back. The Yankees have now won 6 in a row.
On the ground, Pokey Reese positioned perfectly, and there's 2 down.
And the Yankees finishing up their series today down in Tampa Bay. Scoreless in the 4th inning down in Tampa. Remember we talked early in the season. We said, well, you know, you're going to look up one day and the Yankees are going to be scoring a lot of runs. It happened quick.
They are now.
Right now they lead the league in runs scored and also in home runs.
As a club, they're hitting at 265 overall, but don't bet that number will stay the same long. Dahlbach venturing into foul ground, but he won't have a play as he converges with Jason Varitek. The Yankees pitching has been fairly good as well. I think heading into the season, that was the concern. You figured that they were going to hit a ton with the lineup that they possess. But kind of a slow start in that area. In there for a strike, and it's 0-2. The great Edgar Martinez, perhaps the game's best ever DH. First time that he has faced Curt Schilling in his career. 237 career home runs as a DH. Up and away, and it's now 2-2. With a home run on Wednesday, Edgar Martinez passed Harold Baines. Number sent foul. Schilling has thrown 17 pitches in his first inning of work, 11 for strikes. On the ground to the backhand of Reese, knocks it down, stays with it. Martinez does not run well, and Pokey Reese throws him out. The 1-2-3 first for Schilling. Red Sox coming up. 3 top of the first for Curt Schilling, and Ryan Franklin, the right-hander on the mound for the Seattle Mariners, ready to work to Mark Bellhorn.
See the numbers for Franklin on the season, 2-4. Last year he was 9th in the American League in ERA with a 3.57 ERA. You saw the scouting report for Franklin. He's making his second start against the Red Sox, and he lost against Boston last year in August. 6 innings, gave up 6 earned runs in that game.
Johnny Damon getting the day off.
Yeah, they waited a long time to make the lineup today. Damon's been bothered some by a hand injury. His knees bothering him some, so probably a good day to take off at Johnny Damon. Bellhorn move up in the number 1 spot. They've moved Youkilis to number 2, so 2 guys that walk a lot. First and second in the Red Sox lineup today.
Drives it up the middle and into center field. Bellhorn aboard to begin the bottom of the first inning. Let's take a look at the rest of the Red Sox starting lineup, brought to you by Dodge. Kevin Youkilis batting second at third base. David Ortiz is the DH. Manny Ramirez in left field. Brian Daubach at first base. Jason Varitek doing the catching with Millar in right. Kapler in center. And Pokey Reese at shortstop. Manny Ramirez has been on a home run tear. And barring a double play, should have the chance to bat this inning is Kevin Youkilis, batting second today. Getting a .278, a home run, and 7 RBIs. They tell us it is 67 degrees. Seems warmer than that. The wind out of the west, 7 miles per hour.
Nice comfortable afternoon to be sitting in the sun here at Fenway Park.
I want to send along best wishes to our producer, Russ Ken. He and his lovely wife having their 3rd child, Nicholas Ken, at 8:40 in the morning on Saturday morning. Nicholas, 7 pounds, 1 ounce. Welcome to the world, Nicholas Ken.
Yeah, Russ had to leave the game on Friday night about midway through to get to the hospital.
Sounds like it was kind of a long night Friday, but Saturday an early morning surprise.
Donna, I think we just saw our first Red Sox hit and run attempt of the season. A 2-1 count. Bellhorn off at first base. Youkilis swinging but fouling it off. 2 balls, 1 strike. There goes Bellhorn. There's the peek back. The swing. That is the first Red Sox hit and run attempt this season.
May 30th. 2-2 fouled off the right side. Still 2-2 to Youkilis. Has not used that. I wouldn't say very much. He's not used it at all so far. It's not been part of the repertoire.
Not till 2:20 on May 30th. And unfortunately, Youkilis fouled it off.
Messed it all up. This is lined towards the gap in left center field. It'll get down and roll to the wall. Bellhorn running and being stopped at third by Dale Swaim. Into second with a double goes Youkilis. So Bellhorn and Youkilis, known for their walks, both getting base hits, and the Red Sox have 2 in scoring position.
Looks like a breaking ball there. A little slider from Franklin, and Youkilis all over it. Puts it on the line in the left center field all the way to the Green Monster. And with nobody out, no chance taken, Dale Swaim holding up Bellhorn at third base. So the revised lineup because of days off. Top 2 guys, Bellhorn, Youkilis on base here in the first inning.
So 2 in scoring position, nobody out for David Ortiz. 289, 11 homers, and 43 runs batted in. Ortiz has hit safely in 8 straight games, hitting at .424 during that time. And you see the great numbers with runners in scoring position. 7 hits in his last 8 tries in this situation. Down 0-2.
David Ortiz 1 for 3 against Franklin. That 1 hit, a home run.
Turns on it a ton, but foul and out of Fenway Park. It's headed towards Northeastern.
I'm a little bit concerned about my car. I parked on that street out there, and that looked at it like it had it lined up pretty good. I hope there's not a baseball in my
milk truck.
Yeah, milk truck before I leave here.
It's pretty resilient, though.
Gets the job done, Don.
Point A to point B. In the dirt, Wilson able to corral it. The veteran catcher for the Seattle Mariners. Ryan Franklin has thrown 15 pitches so far in the first inning. He does not have an out yet.
His 2 wins on the season coming against good ball clubs. Anaheim back in his 2nd start of the year, and his last win was against the New York Yankees. Since that time, though, 2 losses and a no decision.
He was a homegrown Seattle Mariner, a Seattle 23rd round pick in 1992. 31 years of age. Ortiz stays alive. Last year in double figures in wins, Ryan Franklin, he had 11, but he did have 13 losses to go along with those 11 victories and 32 starts. It was a career high for him in wins. In a jam in the first. Bellhorn at third, Youkilis at second, nobody out. Full count to David Ortiz, who had been down 0-2. Grounded to first. Olerud with 1 play is in the back door. From third comes Bellhorn. Youkilis moves up to third, and the Red Sox are on the board on top 1-0.
Well, the Seattle defense is brought to you by New England Toyota dealers, and a little different this afternoon. Dave Hansen on at third base. Holbert Cabrera, the shortstop. Brett Boone at second, and John Olerud at first. A lot of gold gloves on that right side. Raul Ibanez in left field. Randy Wynn in center field, and Ichiro, the right fielder. 9 gold gloves from right field to second base to first base. Dan Wilson doing the catching.
That is amazing. I'm trying to think of another collection of guys defensively who had that kind of hardware in their outfield and infield. I'm told the St. Louis Cardinals do as well. That's pretty amazing, all those gold gloves. And I think one of the most exciting players in all the major leagues in Ichiro out there in right field. He is so much fun to watch. There's Manny Ramirez for the first time today as he takes a strike from Ryan Franklin.
Melvin has that infield in early in the ball game, down by 1 run, but they're facing Curt Schilling. They don't want to give up any free runs in this game.
Manny Ramirez second in the league in batting average at .357, only to Melvin Mora of the Orioles. Manny leading the league with 14 home runs. And Eric Chavez were tied going into yesterday. And he's also in the top 10 in RBIs with 35. Trying to drive Youkilis in from third base with 1 out in the inning. Manny with his 6th home run in the last 10 games yesterday. They've been coming in bunches for Manny Ramirez. Manny Ramirez in May with some amazing numbers. To right field, Ichiro has it sized up. Going to be plenty deep enough as he backs up to make the catch. It carried well, and easily scampering home is Youkilis with the Red Sox second run on top 2-0.
Once again, that fly ball to the opposite field and gets a good push from the wind blowing left to right. So not loud noises by Ortiz and Ramirez, but certainly effective. A ground ball to bring in a run, and now Manny with the sacrifice fly to bring in the second run.
Two down, bases empty now for Brian Daubach. At .250, a home run. 6 runs batted in for Daubach. Daubach has been on base safely in each of his last 11 starts. Today marking his 12th start at first base. He's made 5 starts in left and 1 in right. A 27 pitch first inning so far for Ryan Franklin. Daubach in the series against the Mariners, 3 for 8 with a couple of doubles. Fouled off the left side, and it's 1-2 still to Daubach.
Well, again, a good example there. You can't give up on those foul balls. That thing looked like it was going to be up about 20 rows, but then again, the wind pushed it back pretty close to the camera area.
It seems like Ryan Franklin has been ahead of his fair share, but he's had trouble putting people away. Ahead of Ramirez, ahead of Ortiz, ahead of Daubach. He puts Daubach away. Strike three. First strikeout for Ryan Franklin. The Red Sox get a pair. The end of one. Boston on top 2-0. Back at Fenway, Red Sox grabbed 2 runs in their half of the first for Curt Schilling. Enjoyed a 1-2-3 first inning on 18 pitches. Raul Ibanez, Brett Boone, and John Olerud. Ibanez has never faced Curt Schilling. Overall 267, 9 homers, and 23 runs batted in. Ibanez has 9 home runs so far this season. He jolts this one foul back into the seats.
Schilling, the second best run support on the Red Sox pitching staff. 7.2 runs for Derek Lowe. Schilling 5.6 per game. And gets a chance to work in this one with the quick 2-0 lead.
A 6-3 record for Curt. 2.82 ERA in his 11th appearance of the season. Mentioned that Raul Ibanez has 9 home runs. This was the 9th. Part of the Seattle Mariners victory here yesterday. Chopped. Bellhorn moving in. The high hop. And he throws out Ibanez. A late lunge, 1 down.
We're better than Fenway Park to hold your next party, corporate function, wedding, or other special event. From the beautiful 406 Club overlooking the field to the green monster seats or at the new right field roof. Fenway Park has several locations ideally suited to meet your needs. For more information, send an email to events@redsox.com.
One down for Brett Boone. 238, 8 homers, and 22 runs batted in. We all got to know Brett Boone a little bit better than we had in the past, of course, doing color commentary in the ALCS last year, the Red Sox and Yankees. Back at first. Over comes Millar to make the catch near the line. Daubach and Bellhorn were out, but an easier play for the oncoming right fielder. 2 down.
A little bit tough, too, as he's got to go toward that foul line to make the play. And also battle the sun. Very bright this afternoon here at Fenway. You see the sun shining off those glasses for Kevin Millar. And he's able to make the play, but it's not routine by any means on a day like this. Seems like all I've been talking about the last 2 days is the wind. Yeah, wind and the sun, which is good.
It's been a factor.
Yeah, I'm glad at least we're talking about sunshine.
2 down, John Olerud. That's a 272 homers and 12 runs batted in. Former batting champion John Olerud. You often hear about John Olerud's swing. Have you heard about John Olerud? I mean, do you think this is a great swing that he has? Because you hear people talk about it quite a bit.
Yeah, it's a beautiful swing. You know, typical nice left-hander swing. I mean, you remember the year that he was up in Toronto? He was flirting for a long time with that 400 batting average. Nice and smooth, relaxed. Doesn't jump out there, very patient.
The right side, Bellhorn from the outfield grass. Nifty play turned in by the Boston second baseman. In order to go the M's, inning and a half done, 2-0 Boston.
Eyewitness News this morning, the only local news on at 7 a.m.
We know you want the latest overnight news, so while you're sleeping, we're on the street gathering news stories. And above it all, Rhode Island's only live news helicopter.
We're monitoring the wires, getting the latest news from around the world off the satellites, putting together all the information you need to start your day.
Overnight news coverage on Eyewitness News this morning, beginning at 7 a.m.
Are you looking to sell your home in Rhode Island or southeastern Massachusetts? Call Robert W. Clark at 1-866-9-RI-SOLD for your very own free market analysis. Go with Robert W. Clark, a proven performer. 1-866-9-RI-SOLD.
Sure, we know you've seen bedrooms like this before. Most likely ours is made better, but for sure, it's priced better. Just $397 for the bed or dresser. That's why we're #1.
For extra convenience, extra value, and extra service, stop at Extra Mart. When you're on the go, you need a little extra. Fuel up on Extra Mart's Deli Joe sandwiches, Brew Boy coffee, and more.
This month, Extra Mart is your baseball headquarters. Come in for the best in Major League collectibles and trading cards from Upper Deck, Topps, Fleer, and Donruss. Enter to win a trip for two to the 2004 All-Star Game in Houston.
With over 150 locations throughout New England, be smart. Shop Extra Mart.
When it starts showing up in video games, don't let the needle-pushing T5 Turbo performance mess with your mind. It's still built like a Volvo. Introducing the all-new Volvo S40.
Two shutout innings to begin the afternoon for Curt Schilling. A 2-0 Red Sox lead as they bat here in the last half of the second inning. And Jason Varitek leading it off, then Kevin Millar and Gabe Kapler.
Yesterday in that ball game, Doug Mirabelli tweaked the hamstring on a double that he hit, but apparently okay. No need to put Mirabelli on a disabled list.
Varitek strikes out, so Franklin struck out Daubach to end the first. He opens the second with a strikeout of Varitek. The league leaders are brought to you by Volvo, the official vehicle of the Boston Red Sox. And it's home runs. Manny Ramirez on top of that list in the American League, one better than Eric Chavez. Over in the NL, Albert Pujols, Mike Lowell, Vinny Castilla, Steve Finley, and Jeremy Burnitz, all at 14 home runs, tied atop the National League lead.
I saw a couple of highlights last night of Pujols down in Houston. He crushed a couple of home runs down there. Down in Houston. Jimmy Williams' teams run a little bit of a tough stretch right now. 3-7 in their last 10. They're 2.5 behind Cincinnati now.
How hard are the Reds? And Griffey Jr. starting to play like Griffey Jr. again. Cincinnati with a little bit of a pad now, winning 8 of their last 10 games. And they really have reshuffled their team pretty dramatically. Remember the trade deadline last year, Cincinnati got rid of pretty much their entire pitching staff and their bullpen.
Everybody in that division, the National League Central, is over 500. Even Pittsburgh, who's in last place, 23-22, 4 games back. So that could be a pretty good race out in that division.
Popped up foul, back and to our left. Over the last 9 games, 10 for 31 at .323. Outside a third and foul. Still a full count to Kevin Millar. Nothing better than that. Pretty good day anyway today at Fenway Park, but then you go home with a souvenir. It doesn't get any better. Ball 4 to Millar in the first walk given up by Ryan Franklin. NESN is pleased to announce that today's game is available in high definition on Adelphia Digital Cable Channel 773.
There's a shot from Jupiter.
Not the planet, but the captain of NESN.
Yep.
1 out, 1 on for Gabe Kapler. .234, a home run, and 7 runs batted in for Gabe. Backing out of play off the left side. Ryan Franklin has already had to throw 44 pitches through an inning into third today. Franklin now in his 5th season with the Seattle Mariners. Last year was the first year that he spent the entire year in the major leagues, and as I mentioned earlier, an 11-13 record, 3.57 ERA in his first full season in the major leagues. And he's in the rotation all year as well. Line to third and snared there by Dave Hansen, who looks Millar back to the bag at first. Hit hard, but 2 down.
That's a changeup that time from Franklin on an 0-2 count that stayed upstairs, and Kapler really hit it hard, but right at Dave Hansen at third base. 0-2 pitch changeup, but it stays up in that zone about letter high, and Kapler all over it. But Dave Hansen to the backhand to make the play. Save extra bases.
Two down for Pokey Reese. 246, 2 homers, and 17 runs batted in. Over the last 26 games, Reese hitting at .277. Soft liner, sounded like a broken bat, but it's in for a hit. And Millar up to second base on the single for Pokey Reese. Third hit of the day for the Red Sox off Ryan Franklin.
Yeah, right now, too, Franklin having a tough time getting his pitches down. We mentioned the 0-2 changeup that was upstairs to Kapler. This is a breaking ball from Franklin. I believe the slider, that stays upstairs, and Pokey Reese, the line drive to the opposite field for the base hit. If his pitches are going to stay up in that area this afternoon, it might be an early afternoon for him.
Second time through the Red Sox order for Ryan Franklin. Mark Bellhorn singled and scored in the first inning. Bellhorn, who walks a lot, strikes out a lot, has been very productive the month of May, and especially over the last 9 games. Millar at second, Pokey Reese at first, 2 down. Broken bat grounder to John Olerud, who will take it alone at the bag at first. And Ryan Franklin out of the inning unscathed. We played 2 from Fenway, 2-0 Red Sox. The Pawtucket Red Sox front office, Vice President of Public Relations Bill Wanless, and friends from the Paw Sox here today to honor Ben Mondor before the game. They're out there wearing those green shirts. We now know people wearing the green shirts, Jerry. We'll have to ask them how the green shirts are out there in the batter's eye. Beautiful afternoon at Fenway, and the Red Sox very much enjoying it. On top 2-0 as we move to the 3rd inning. Albert Cabrera, 302, no homers and 10 runs batted in.
Cabrera coming over from the Dodgers, making his first appearance of this series against the Red Sox. Plays a lot of different positions, and they're at shortstop today.
The brother of Orlando Cabrera, going up through the Montreal chain together at one point. And at the minor league level at AAA, they made a double play combination at one point for the Ottawa Lynx, the AAA team for the Montreal Expos. Seattle coming in at 18-30 for Bob Melvin. 11.5 games back of Anaheim in what will be a very tough division this season. They are in last place right now in the division. Swing and a miss. Cabrera down by way of the K. First strikeout for Curt Schilling.
Schilling goes to the split-fingered fastball to pick up his first strikeout, his 67th on the season. We mentioned at the top of the show that Pedro leads the American League with 72, then Schilling now at 67.
Kurtz retired the first 7 Seattle Mariners today. Dan Wilson, the catcher. The recipient of strike 1. Wilson up over 300 at 305. 2 homers and 21 runs batted in. He has never faced Curt Schilling.
So you got to wonder, you know, they haven't faced Schilling in championship game action, but possibly they could have seen him somewhere along the line in spring training. Schilling used to be with Phoenix, Arizona, who trains out in Phoenix, and Seattle also out in that area.
Swing and a miss. Wilson strikes out. Back-to-back Ks for Curt Schilling.
And once again, the split-fingered fastball from Schilling to pick up back-to-back strikeouts. His high, it's 10. That was in his second start against Toronto. His last 2 outings, he's had 5 in each one of those games.
Two down for Randy Wynn, the former Tampa Bay Devil Ray. Wynn traded as part of compensation for Lou Piniella. His second season with the Mariners, batting in the number 9 spot, the starting center fielder. Meanwhile, there are some who think Lou Piniella may not hang around in Tampa Bay for the length of what his contract is supposed to be if he does not get some more help down there in Tampa Bay, what has been a very frustrating affair. The other side of the Randy Wynn deal. To right field, Millar on the move. In to make the catch. Another 1-2-3 inning for Curt Schilling. First time through the order, he's retired everybody. Red Sox on top 2-0. Last half of the 3rd inning back at Fenway. Kevin Youkilis to lead it off. That'll scatter some of the Mariners. Youkilis with a double in the first inning came around to score the Red Sox second run. And down on the count, 0-2. A lot of pitches for Ryan Franklin so far. The next pitch will be his 55th through 2+ innings. That gets a piece of Youkilis and down to first base. A hit batsman. Red Sox have the lead man on. Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by your New England Jeep dealers, by Coors Light, and by Lexus. Youkilis at first for David Ortiz. Grounded out to first base to drive in a run in the first inning and to pick up his 44th RBI of the season. And to add to his league leading RBI total, somebody knocking?
Yeah, lock the door and tell them we're doing a game.
We're busy.
Where is it? Where are they knocking from?
All I heard was knocking, unless it's in my head. Sometimes I do hear things. A strike to make it 2-1. And Franklin has been touched for 3 hits. He's walked 1. He's hit a batter and allowed 2 first inning runs. Ortiz ahead 3-1. Red Sox playing their 50th game of the year, coming in at 30-19. Ortiz still riding that 8-game hitting streak, looking for his first hit of today. It's second. Holbert Cabrera now chasing towards right center with the win, making the catch. That ball started around second base. By the time he captures it, it's in short right center.
Now, each time the Red Sox win at Fenway Park, Hood donates $1,500 to the Hood Home Team Advantage charity program. The program benefits children's hospitals throughout New England. It's another reason you can feel good about Hood.
How about that wind?
Yeah, that's one where Cabrera called for it early, and it probably ended up in a spot where maybe the second baseman Boone could have made the play and made it easier.
One out, one on. Manning sends one foul down below us. And off the 406 glass. Sacrifice fly in the first inning, good for Manning's 36th RBI. Youkilis diving back to the bag again. Well, the Red Sox will be home tomorrow, not on your original schedule. A makeup game against the Baltimore Orioles. And then after the matinee affair, the Red Sox will be headed to the West Coast. First West Coast visit, however brief. Just 2 games for the Red Sox against the Anaheim Angels, then back to Kansas City. active leaders against the Mariners. And he's got 27 of them. It's pretty good considering he's never been in that West Division and had a chance to play that many games overall against Seattle.
Franklin right now really concerned about Kevin Youkilis over at first base. Youkilis does not have a steal yet on the season.
Jolted towards right center field. On the run and out of his reach, Randy Wynn. Off the bullpen wall. Youkilis going to be sent around. Manny into second on the double. The throw to the plate not in time. An RBI double for Manny Ramirez. Youkilis is in, and the Red Sox lead it 3-0.
Well, again, another example of Manny using the opposite field. This time it's a breaking ball from Franklin that stays up again in the zone. And Manny, the inside-out swing just past the glove of Randy Wynn out there in center field. By the time they chase it down and get it back in, Youkilis goes all the way from first base. Like that piano was getting a little heavy on his back as he was coming around third base.
Long run. Ryan Daubach hits it high in the air to center field. Randy Wynn fighting the high sky and the wind to take care of out number 2. Two down for Jason Varitek, a strikeout victim his first time up. Over the last 8 games, Varitek has been hitting at .360. Then on the hands, popped up left side. Dave Hansen wandering into foul ground to make the catch. And the Red Sox scoring another run. We played 3 from Fenway. Boston on top 3-0. We head to the top half of the 4th inning. The Red Sox on top 3-0. And it's time now for our Aflac trivia question. The question today, what 2 players were the 1992 and 1993 World Series MVPs? We'll have the answer for you in the next half inning. Curt Schilling has thrown 43 pitches so far today and retired everybody that he has faced. Into the 4th we go. Second time through the Mariners order. Ichiro, Dave Hansen, and Edgar Martinez. Ichiro lined out to center field his first time up. I wonder if Ichiro is the only player in the major leagues to have his first name on the back of his jersey. And I can't think of anybody else.
No, I can't either, Don.
His last name, few people probably know, is Suzuki. But much like Cher and Madonna, he is known by one name. And
I think I was wondering, too. I wonder if the intense media coverage from Japan still travels with him all the time. Remember the first couple of years, it was absolutely unbelievable how many media from Japan would be at every single Mariner game. Same thing with Matsui last year with the New York Yankees.
I'm told that NHK does have a truck here, which goes back to Japan, the games. Welcome that soft liner, caught by Pokey Reese, 1 down.
Well, the Red Sox Sox will host the Orioles tomorrow to make up an April rainout for fans holding tickets to tomorrow's game. A reminder, the starting time has been changed. Tomorrow's first pitch will be at 1:05 as the Red Sox close out this homestand against the Baltimore Orioles.
One down for Dave Hansen. He bounced out to shortstop his first time up. Hansen now 35 years of age. Traded to Seattle from the Padres. Part of the Jeff Cirillo deal. Schilling ahead 1-2. Dave Hansen spending the majority of his major league career with the LA Dodgers. Broke in 1990, was with the Dodgers until 2002. Last year's single season with the Padres and now with the Mariners. Makes his home in Long Beach, California. To second base, Bellhorn there. 2 down. Today's game is available in high definition on Cox Communication Digital Cable Channel 713. Two down in the fourth. 11 in a row retired by Curt Schilling. And here's Edgar Martinez. One hopper knocked down by Ray, stays with it, throws out Edgar to end the inning. In order for the fourth time today, go the Mariners. Red Sox on top 3-0.
Park and Nesson, here's your chance with the Extramart Hitting for the Cycle Sweepstakes. Enter at Extramart, and you could win the Nesson All Access Pass on July 22nd. Start with a tour of the park and the Nesson studio. Watch batting practice, meet Don and Jerry, see the Sox battle the Orioles, and after the game, watch Nesson's post-game show live in studio. Enter at a convenient Extramart location for your chance to win.
Back at Fenway, last half of the fourth inning, Red Sox on top 3-0. And Kevin Millar to lead it off. Millar walked in the second inning. The only walk given up by Ryan Franklin so far today. Franklin up to 66 pitches now as he works into the fourth inning. Gave up 2 runs in the first and a run in the third inning.
Mariners yesterday in that ball game got great work out of their bullpen to hold on to that lead late in the game.
To left center field. And it'll grab some wall. Randy Wynn plays the quick carom. Millar into second base with a leadoff double.
Now, right now, Franklin is really having a tough time. It is breaking ball down in the zone. Almost everyone he's throwing up there is just hanging out over the plate. And the Red Sox credit, they're not missing him. Millar off that left field wall on a breaking ball that stays up. Barehanded by Randy Wynn, but Kevin into second base with the leadoff double. So the Red Sox have had the leadoff man on in every inning with the exception of the second.
So Millar in scoring position for the third time in 4 innings. The Red Sox have had the lead man on as Kapler stands in. He lined out to third base first time. This time he chops to the third baseman Hansen. Retires him at first base. Millar remains at second base. It's time now for the answer to our Aflac trivia question from an inning ago. Well, 2 players for the 1992 and 93 World Series MVPs, both here today and both members of the Mariners now. Pat Borders and Paul Molitor.
And that time playing for the Toronto Blue Jays. Borders and Paul Molitor. Molitor now a coach. Borders still doing catching for the Seattle Mariners.
had a chance to meet Paul Molitor a couple times in Fort Myers. Of course, one time working for the Twins, who's Pat Borders, who has bounced around to many teams since then, the veteran. But Paul Molitor, one of the nicest people you'll ever meet. Okie Reese taking the strike, 1-1. Reese singled to right field his first time up. One of now 5 hits for the Red Sox on the afternoon. Look out on deck off the end of the bat and in the direction of Mark Bellhorn. Okie Reese strikes out. Third strikeout for Ryan Franklin. And after the leadoff double by Millar, he's got Capo to ground out and Reese to strike out, 2 down.
And a lot of times when he's gotten ahead in the count, as you mentioned earlier, Don, he's had trouble putting people away, but not the case here. The high fastball up and in to Okie Reese to pick up the strikeout.
Two down for Mark Bellhorn, who singled and scored in the first. And grounded out to first base in the second. Bellhorn this season against right-handed pitching, hitting at .259. 5 of the 6 home runs he has have come against right-handed pitchers. Up left side. Cabrera makes the catch, and the leadoff double by Millar is wasted. 3-0 Red Sox. Enjoying the game today at Fenway. The Red Sox on top 3-0. As we head to the top half of the 5th, Raul Ibanez, Brett Boone, and John Olerud. Schilling has retired everybody that he has faced today through the first 4 innings. He is 55 pitches deep into his outing, 39 of the 55 for strikes. Chop to first. Daubach will take it alone for the first out of the inning.
Still, we believe the Boston Red Sox movie is now open across New England. The film recounts the ecstasy and agony of the Red Sox unforgettable 2003 season through the eyes of 8 devoted fans. It includes never-before-seen behind-the-scenes footage. Still, we believe, now in a theater near you.
One down in the 5th inning, and it brings up Brett Boone, who flied out to right field his first time up. Two strikeouts today for Curt Schilling. Cabrera and Wilson both down by way of the K, and both in the 3rd inning. Inside that time. Boone coming into the game 5 for 20 against Curt Schilling with a home run to his credit. On the corner, and it's 1-2. Boone taking a little walk.
Now, I think there's been a couple of pitches in this at bat he hadn't been particularly pleased with. One that was inside corner, that time outside corner.
Laz Diaz with the plate today. Schilling with the 1-2 pitch. Fouled off the right side and above us.
Red Sox have tried to go upstairs on Boone when they've got ahead to count the series, but a couple of times he's been able to get up there and get some base hits off that pitch.
Boone with 35 home runs last year, 117 RBIs. A great season for him with Seattle. Now his 4th year in Seattle. His second go-around with the Mariners, of course, getting to the big leagues with Seattle, 92, 93, then the Reds for 5 years, Atlanta, San Diego, and now back with Seattle. Schilling's 2-2. Struck him out. 3rd strikeout for Curt Schilling. 2 down in the 5th.
All 3 strikeouts for Schilling in this ball game have been on the split-fingered fastball. The splitter here to pick up the strikeout against Boone. Mixing up both pitches, his fastball, his splitter, to this point with great results.
He's retired the first 14 that he has faced today, and here's John Olerud. Grounded out to second base. His first time up. Sends it to left field. Manny heading back at the track to make the catch in front of the wall. Curt Schilling has retired the first 15 that he has faced today. Halfway through this one, Red Sox on top 3-0. 5th inning, the Red Sox on top 3-0. Kevin Youkilis, who has doubled and been hit by a pitch, but has scored 2 runs, leading off here in the last half of the 5th inning. Seems like anytime Youkilis gets on, he comes around to score, and he's done that twice today. Down 0-2. Youkilis beginning the year with the Pawtucket Red Sox, and spent some time with him during the offseason on the Red Sox cruise, and I think he envisioned spending a good chunk of time this year at AAA. Really would have been his first full year with the Paw Sox. Boy, things have worked out even better than I think he even imagined it could.
No, you have to figure that. I mean, you've got the defending American League batting champion at your position at third base. You have not had a lot of AAA experience. And then, of course, the injuries, and here he is in the big leagues and doing very well.
Strike 3 call. Appeared to be off the plate, but Youkilis takes with him the 4th strikeout for Ryan Franklin. Well, the game summary is brought to you by your local Lincoln Mercury dealers. And Curt Schilling retiring the first 15 that he has faced here today. 3 strikeouts for Schilling. The Red Sox RBIs belonging to Ortiz with 1. Manny Ramirez got 2 today, including this RBI double that scored Youkilis in the 3rd. Ortiz with a wild swing. David is grounded out to first base, popped out to the shortstop. I want to commend you on an outstanding job yesterday. I know you do a great job day in and day out for us, but it was a lot of fun to kind of sit back and watch you work yesterday.
Thank you very much, Don. I always enjoy doing the Fox games. Had a good game to do yesterday.
Broken back grounder. Boone to his left. Throws out David Ortiz, and there's 2 down.
The official Boston Red Sox 2004 pin collection is available now. Now. To order your complete set, call 1-800-422-6216.
I also understand, Jerry, that your book is back to #1 again.
Yeah, I jumped right to the ideas section today in the Globe, and there it was.
Back again.
Jumped up a couple of slots.
Manny Ramirez batting with 2 outs in the inning, nobody on.
I think I got it figured out down with the book. If I keep buying them all, you stay at number 1.
Have you met any of the other top 5 people? I mean, do you guys like meet and have like beverages and cheese and stuff?
You mean other guys that write books? No,
you don't know them.
It's highly competitive. I don't talk to the opposition.
I thought the upper echelon of local books, you guys might kind of be like a small fraternity.
Nope. Doggy dog out there, Don.
And he had a sac fly in the first inning. He doubled to drive in the Red Sox 3rd run in the 3rd. Today Manny's birthday? Yesterday was his birthday. Close enough. To right field. Ichiro looking up into the high sky, shading his eyes from the sun to reel it in. A 1-2-3 fifth. The first 1-2-3 inning for Ryan Franklin. We played 5 from Fenway. It's 3-0 Red Sox. Don Orsillo and Jerry Remy back at Fenway Park on to the 6th inning. 3-0 Red Sox on top. Holbert Cabrera to lead it off as Curt Schilling today has retired the first 15 Seattle Mariners that he has faced. As we look at the pitching line, brought to you by Nissan. This will be pitch number 65 from Curt Schilling. We're told today is indeed Manny's birthday. We got some bad info. He was born in 1972. So a very happy birthday to Manny Ramirez. As Cabrera takes a ball, and it's now 3-0. A strike to make it 3-1. This is birthday number 32 for Manny today. And he's watching an amazing outing so far today from Curt Schilling. A full count now to Cabrera. Schilling had been down 3-0. It's full now. Schilling with 3 strikeouts on the afternoon. One of them belongs to the man at the plate, Cabrera. On the ground up the middle, Pokey Reese ranging, throwing to first, and he got him. Pokey Reese, outstanding, ranging back of the bag at second base. And he throws out Cabrera for the first out of the 6th.
Well, Pokey Reese once again showing great range at shortstop, going to his left, taking a base hit away from Cabrera. A high bouncer that Reese has to range for behind that second base bag, and still gets him by a good step at first base. That's a great shot there from behind home plate. It just shows you how much ground Pokey has to cover just to get to that ball.
One down for Dan Wilson, who carves it foul off the right side. He struck out swinging, his only time up today. There have been some outstanding plays in behind Schilling, but none better than Pokey Reese's range right there. Manny Ramirez made a play in front of the wall earlier in the game to end the 3rd. I take that back to end the 5th. On the fly ball off the bat of John Olerud to the track. Wilson strikes out. That's over the inside corner, and it's strikeout number 4 for Curt Schilling.
Did not waste a pitch in that at bat. Strike 1, strike 2, strike 3 on the inside corner. Wilson jumping back, but you see Veritek really didn't even have to move that glove at all.
Randy Wynn, the number 9 hitter, flied out to right field his first time up. He sends one to left. Ramirez got a good jump, and it will fall in front of him for a base hit. Curt Schilling had been perfect through 5 2/3 innings. 17 up, 17 down before that hit by Randy Wynn. And the Fenway faithful will salute the effort by Curt Schilling.
You know, it's amazing. This crowd, even though it's the 6th inning, they know exactly what's going on. When he fell behind 3-0 on the count to Cabrera, they cheered strike 1 like it was the last out of the game. Randy Wynn slapping that line drive to the opposite field for the clean base hit.
So Wynn at first base with 2 down, and here's Ichiro. Well, Curt Schilling watching his good friend Randy Johnson do it just a few weeks ago, and here today had it all going on. Retiring the first 17 Seattle Mariners that he faced prior to the base hit by Wynn. This one slashed foul off the left side. Schilling up to 75 pitches in his outing. The Yankees are trailing Tampa Bay today 6-1 in the 8th inning in Tampa Bay. Lieber was scheduled to go there today for the Yankees. Chop left side. Reese deep in the hole, goes to second, and the force out there to retire Randy Wynn. Well, the perfect game bid comes to an end for Curt Schilling, but out of the inning unscathed. Red Sox on top 3-0. Curt Schilling has his perfect game bid ended, but an impressive inning nevertheless. And Pokey Reese, the final out of last inning. Curt certainly appreciative of the earlier play as well in that inning, with Pokey Reese ranging in behind the bag at second. Daubach down 0-2, 0 for 2 today. Struck out in the first, flied out to center field in the third. In on the hands and popped up middle of the infield, coming from short. Full bore is Cabrera to make the catch for the first out of the inning. Red Sox baseball in Nesson is brought to you by GMC Trucks, by Pepsi, and by Volvo, the official vehicle of the Boston Red Sox. One down here in the last half of the 6th inning, and it brings up Jason Varitek, who's 0 for 2. A strikeout in the second. And Jason fouled out to third base in the 3rd inning.
One of the new features on Nesson starting today. Did you see the game Friday night?
Yes, I did.
They have to take that camera from the scoreboard late in the game, about the 8th inning, and get it down to the Red Sox dugout so they can cover the post-game celebration. And I don't know if you saw Adam Jupiter running in that game, kind of was out of gas. So
Captain Jupiter?
Yeah, what we've decided to do is time him on a daily basis when he makes that run and see how his times improve throughout the course of the season, see if he gets in better shape.
Varitek skies one out to left center field. Randy Wynn looking up into the high sky, makes the catch for the second out. Well, Dunkin' Donuts is pleased to welcome those in the Dunkin' Dugout today. Dunkin' Donuts is in its 5th year of hosting local youth groups and charitable organizations in the Dunkin' Dugout. Over 7,000 children have had the opportunity to catch a Red Sox home game thanks to Dunkin' Donuts. 2 down for Kevin Millar. My understanding is that camera returns to us for the post-game hit that we do.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty important camera, and then becomes part of us later. So I think your thing here is twofold. Number one, to make sure the camera's here in a time-sensitive period of time, and also to help Adam get in better shape, because he clearly is not in good shape.
One thing my goal is to have, as time goes on, the fans here at Fenway cheer him on as he comes in, to encourage him like a marathon runner when they're getting close to the line, you know. I think it's something that could catch on here at Fenway.
Now, do you want them to refer to him as the captain or Jupiter?
No, the captain.
Inside to Millar, and it evens up now at 2-2. What was part of the criteria for captain? I'm just curious. I know we had the ceremony the other day. I'm just wondering what your thoughts were.
Leadership qualities, be able to communicate with everybody.
Millar hits it deep and far. Will it straighten out? No. A foul ball down the left field line and out of play.
You know, somebody who's not afraid to take grievances maybe to the front office, things like that.
Liaison between us and management.
Yeah, that's part of being a captain.
You really want him to go in and discuss your personal matters with management?
That's Pawtucket guy, huh? What's
that's Pause.
Pause?
Yes, does an outstanding job, Pause. Back through the middle on the forehand by Boone, who gets rid of it in a hurry, but not in time. Millar reaching with 2 outs to head first, diving slide. And Millar on base for the 3rd time today.
That ball looked like it was right at the end of the bat for Kevin Millar. A lot of spin on it as it headed out towards second base. Boone gets rid of the ball as quick as he possibly can, but Millar, with the head first slide, beats it out. So Millar on base 3 times this afternoon.
Two down now for Gabe Kapler. He's lined out to third and grounded out to third base using Dave Hansen on 2 occasions. Popped up right side. Red Boone with the glasses down. And that'll do it in the inning. The Red Sox strand a base runner. We played 6 from Fenway, 3-0 Boston. All the graduates, especially Dana Levitt. Well, we take a look at what's on tap for the Red Sox, brought to you by Heineken. Red Sox have that makeup game here tomorrow at Fenway Park at 1 p.m. right here on NESN against the O's. And it's off to the West Coast at Anaheim Tuesday through Wednesday. The game starting at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The action on NESN. Just a brief 2-game series against the Anaheim Angels. It's on to Kansas City.
$5, $30 for the tickets, huh?
Yeah, where are they?
Yeah, on the bleachers, I would think.
Opposite field, and this one headed for the corner. Off the bat of Dave Hansen. He's thinking too as Ramirez digs it out of the corner. And Hansen stands at second base with a leadoff double to begin the 7th inning.
Well, we mentioned earlier the success that Hansen has had in his career in the National League against Schilling. Now 1 for 3 in this game. Both hits going to the opposite field. Ball slicing away from Manny Ramirez all the way down to that 310 part of the ballpark in left field. Well, very tight game, 3-0. Ryan Franklin's done a nice job calming down in this game. Struggled in the first couple of innings, but has been much better.
This is Edgar Martinez, who's done the same thing twice. It's ground out to Pokey Reese at shortstop. Did in the first and again in the 4th inning. This will be pitch number 80 from Curt Schilling. Schilling has given up 2 hits today. The single by Randy Wynn last inning. And a leadoff double this inning for Dave Hansen. That's been it off Curt Schilling. Off the right side, and it's 1-2 to Edgar Martinez. Curt Schilling retiring the first 17 men he faced here today. Perfect through 5 2/3 innings before surrendering the single to left by Randy Wynn. In the left field, a base hit. Dave Hansen moving up to third. And all of a sudden now you have the potential tying run coming to the plate.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you get kind of caught up in this ball game about the possibility of a no-hitter, even though it was early in the game. But now you get, as you mentioned, Don, the potential tying run at the plate. It's still a very close game, 3-0.
And a guy who does hit some home runs, Raul Ibanez, who has 9 on the season and hit one here yesterday. Hansen at third, Martinez at first, nobody out. Ibanez doing his work with Kansas City over the last 3 years, returning to the Mariners organization where he first reached the major leagues. Got to the big leagues with the Mariners in '96. In the air to left center field. Over goes Kapler. Back shy of the track and then onto it to make the catch. Tagging and scoring from third is Dave Hansen with the first Seattle run.
Ibanez picks up his 24th run batted into the season. That cleanup position for the Seattle Mariners. Gets underneath the fastball and certainly deep enough to get the run home. As Hansen comes across with the first run.
One down for Brett Boone. Boone 0 for 2. He flied to right in the second. Struck out swinging in the fifth. Lead at first for Edgar Martinez. On the ground left side. Pokey Reese to second for one on to first. Inning ending twin killing. Mariners do get a run in the inning. 7th inning stretch time from Fenway Park. Red Sox on top 3-1. Back at Fenway as the Red Sox have a 3-1 lead heading to the bottom of the 7th inning.
Now, Pokey's been throwing the leather around here this afternoon. Starts the double play down on one knee. Makes sure the ball doesn't get by him. And Bellhorn turning it over. He's played a brilliant game at shortstop this afternoon, as he has all season. You better believe that those pitchers certainly appreciate that kind of defense.
Well, it's been a very good day so far for Curt Schilling, as the Red Sox look to add on to their 2-run advantage. Ryan Franklin up over 100 pitches. He's thrown 106 as he heads out there for the last half of the 7th inning. Pokey Reese, Mark Bellhorn, and Kevin Youkilis scheduled to bat in the last half of the 7th. Reese 1 for 2, a single back in the 2nd inning. Center fielder Randy Wynn, a step or two towards right center field for Reese to go the other way. And look at the defensive alignment. Ichiro, medium depth right field. It evens up at 2-2 now to Pokey Reese. Foul off the right side. Still 2-2 to Reese. Reese coming into the day hitting at 246 and hanging tough against Ryan Franklin. Seattle has a double-barreled action in their bullpen. Leo Mateo and UMass standout Ron Vallone.
Two guys we have not yet seen in this three-game series.
Full count now to Pokey Reese. Red Sox today with a 3-1 lead. Meanwhile, New York in Tampa Bay, they were down 6-1 at one point. They're in the 8th. Tampa Bay now holding on to a 6-4 lead as the Yankees have come back in that action. Red Sox beginning the day half game behind New York. It's told it is 7-4 now in the 9th. Tampa Bay on top. Red Sox 30-19 coming into the game, tied with Anaheim for the second best record in baseball, only behind the Yankees 30-18 start. Swing and a miss. Pokey Reese strikes out. 5th strikeout for Ryan Franklin.
Well, kids, join Red Sox Kid Nation presented by Hood. It's the first official Red Sox fan club just for kids 14 and younger. Members receive all the items listed here on your screen, and membership is just $20. You can pick up an application at redsox.com by calling 888-RED-SOX-6 or at the Fenway Park box office.
Ryan Franklin's thrown 115 pitches. One down here in the last half of the 7th inning, and Mark Bellhorn's 1 for 3. A single in the first inning. Most pitches he's thrown in any outing this season is 106. He did that last time out against Cleveland. So this is his most pitches that he has thrown in any game this year.
Very impressed the way he came back in this game today. I mean, early in the game was struggling with his control, leaving a lot of pitches up in the zone. He's fought his way through that and continues the battle here in the 7th inning.
Into the game with a 2-4 record, 4.75 ERA. His 10th appearance. And over 6 1/3 so far has given up 3 runs. And has not given up a run since the 3rd inning. Line into right field. Bellhorn with a base hit. His 2nd hit of the day. 1 out, 1 on for the Red Sox.
Well, you make that switch today of putting Bellhorn lead off with Damon getting the day off. You put Youkilis second. Bellhorn's been on twice. Youkilis has been on twice. Setting the table at the top of the lineup.
Those Player Profilers brought to you by Sovereign Bank, the official bank of the Red Sox cable network. And on base twice today is Kevin Youkilis. Franklin up to 122 pitches. The bullpen's been busy the entire inning. And with Ortiz on deck, you wonder if Franklin would face Ortiz.
I'd see Valone in there just to face one guy, David Ortiz.
Away, and it's 1-2. Red Sox got 2 in the first, 1 in the third. RBIs today for David Ortiz and a ground out. Manny with a sac fly and a RBI double. Ramirez responsible for 2 of the Red Sox 3 runs. Manny on his 32nd birthday today. Back is Bellhorn. Pitch number 126 from Franklin. Line into left field, a base hit. Bellhorn up 90 feet to second base on the second hit of the day for Kevin Youkilis.
Stay tuned after the game for New England's Red Sox post-game shows. First is W.B. Mason's Extra Innings, then Granite City Electric Extra Innings Extra. After the last inning, the action's just beginning, and David Ortiz will be the guest. In-house in NESN headquarters, world headquarters, this afternoon.
That's going to do it for Ryan Franklin. Bob Melvin out to get him after 126 pitches. Seattle headed to the bullpen. Red Sox on top 3-1.
Hey, Red Sox fans, there's a new double play combination on Yawkey Way. The Sox have joined their friends across the street to create the Boston Red Sox Team Store. There you'll find the largest selection of authentic Red Sox merchandise anywhere. You can stop in or order by phone at 1-800-FENWAY-9. The new Boston Red Sox Team Store. It's the place to be for everything a Sox fan needs.
The Boston Red Sox 2004 Player Pin Collection is on sale now, and the Boston Globe is your key to the collection. Pick up the Boston Globe to find out which pin is on sale every day. You'll also find a discount coupon you can use to get your pin at participating retailers for just $2.79. There's a new pin every day through June 10th. Collect all 25. Schilling, Manny, Pedro, Nomar, Veritek, Damon, and more. Don't miss out. Build your collection. Get today's pin at participating retailers now.
Hey, where's the salsa? Behind the Heineken.
Get 2 free downloads from Reel with every specially marked 12-pack of Heineken. No purchase required. See store display or Heineken.com for details. While supplies last.
Back at Fenway, the new pitcher for Seattle's Ron Valone.
Ron Valone making his first appearance of this series, his 21st overall. Opponents only hitting .216. He signed as a free agent with Seattle back in February. Just prior to going to spring training.
2 on, 1 away for David Ortiz. Red Sox trying to score some more runs here, on top by 2 in the last half of the 7th inning as Ortiz carves it foul.
Depending on what happens here, it could be one batter and out for Valone, with Manny up next. Mateo continues to throw in the bullpen for Seattle.
Ortiz fights it off foul, and David down 0-2.
Ron Ballone's been with a lot of different clubs. He started with Seattle back in '95, San Diego, Milwaukee, Cincinnati, Houston, Pittsburgh, and then again back to Houston.
Is that right about the UMass part? Does it say anything in there? I'm pretty sure he went to UMass. That's why I mentioned it, but I could have made it up too.
I think you're right, Don. That sounds awfully familiar.
Bellhorn at second, Youkilis at first, 1 down. And the 0-2. Ortiz strikes out. They climb the ladder on him, and up top that time to strike out Ortiz.
And it will be 1 and out for Ron Ballone, and you are correct. He is a UMass graduate. As Melvin comes out to call for Julio Mateo.
Manny Ramirez expected to be next. He'll face a new pitcher. We'll tell you about him when we come back. Red Sox on top 3-1.
There's just no limit to the great things And brings together. And now that includes an unlimited array of unlimited calling plans from AT&T. And can take you wherever you want to go, right from your home phone. Come together with And from AT&T.
Catch up when you wake up each morning with Sports Desk. Tune in NESN anytime from 5 to 9 a.m. for NESN's 15-minute rotating sports update. Sports Desk on NESN. Our sportscast on your schedule, 7 days a week. Charlie Moore, NESN's Mad Fisherman, is at it again.
Hello. Jumbo Joe. Bill. Now I'm drawing a blank. We all what? Rail Andrews. What'd I say? Anders. Minor detail. Do you wish you were here with Joe Thornton and I catching these fish? This is outrageous. Aha! Oh! Gotcha!
Outsmarting fish is one thing, but how he gets these special guests on his boat is anyone's guess. Charlie Moore Outdoors. It's more than fishing. It's a way of life. Sponsored by Aubuchon Hardware. Know the score before the game with NESN's new 1-hour pregame show. Olympia Sports presents the Boston Globe pregame report. 1 hour before game time on NESN.
Back at Fenway, Ron Ballone a hitter and out as he gets the job done striking out David Ortiz, and he turns things over to a right-hander, Julio Mateo.
50 appearances a year ago for Mateo, already making his 20th of this season out of the bullpen. Opponent sitting 3-0-2 against Mateo, and Manny 1 for 1. It is a home run in his career off Mateo.
Manny today with a sacrifice fly in the first, a double in the third. The double drove in the Red Sox third run of the day. RBIs 36 and 37 today for Manny. Fly to right in his last at bat in the 5th inning. Mateo, 24 years old. Parts of 2 previous seasons with the Mariners. Old bullpen work last year, 4-0, 50 games out of the pen for Seattle. 3.15 ERA. Two outs in the inning. Bellhorn at second, Youkilis at first. Behind Manny, 3-0.
Green light, a possibility for Manny in this situation. He didn't even look down at third base.
Indeed, and he fouled it off.
There's some number I saw a couple of days ago that when the Red Sox have swung at a 3-0 count, they're 7 for 7 in the season.
That stat was about, I'd say, maybe a week ago that I saw it.
And up top, Manny foul tips it. Full count, 3-2.
And a high fastball is Manny here on the 3-1 count.
Manny batting with 2 down. Mark Bellhorn at second base. Euclid at first, and out is Dan Wilson, the catcher for Seattle, to talk to Julio Mateo. The runners that are on are still the responsibility of the Seattle starter, Ryan Franklin. Worked 6 1/3 today, giving up 8 hits so far. And charged with 3 runs so far. He walked 1 and struck out 5, but he is on the hook for the 2 men on, and Bellhorn at second and Euclid at first. Runners will be off with the pitch. Full count, 2 down. Ball 4 to Ramirez. Just the second walk given up all day by Mariners pitching. And it loads the bases. Mateo had been behind Ramirez 3-0, but ends up walking him. Now he's going to face Brian Daubach. 0 for 3 today is Daubach. Strikeout, fly out to center field, and a pop out to the shortstop. Daubach has 1 career grand slam. It was here at Fenway Park against the Florida Marlins. Into dead center field. This one bounces away from Wilson. From third comes Bellhorn. The throw, not in time, gets away. Back to the mound where no one is. And coming all the way around from second is Euclid. Works out for a pair of runs for the Red Sox, and a much bigger lead now on top, 5-1.
Can you imagine sitting in that Seattle dugout as the manager? You're in a tight ball game, 3-1 game, and 2 runs come across on a wild pitch. That ball bouncing right between the legs of Wilson to the backstop. Now it gets by Mateo as he tries to put the tag on. Never had the ball. And 2 runs come across. Wow.
Wild pitch and an error charge to the pitcher. It's a wild pitch and an E1.
That's the last thing you're thinking about, Don. You know, you got Daubach at the plate. Well, if he gets a base hit, it's 5-1. A wild pitch to allow 2 runs to come in and score. Not only did he throw it to the backstop, then he couldn't catch the return throw from Wilson, and another run scores.
Daubach lifts it in the air to right center field. Ichiro over, and will dance at the end, but makes the catch. 2 runs coming in for the Red Sox in the last of the 7th. We played 7. Boston on top now, 5-1. Top half of the 8th inning, some defensive changes for the Red Sox. Gabe Kapler moving from center field over to right field, and inserted into center field Cesar Crespo. At first base for the Red Sox, David McCarty. And Curt Schilling back out on the mound, 86 pitches deep into his outing. Working into the top of the 8th. Pitching to John Olerud, who's 0 for 2, a ground out and a fly out. Just joining us today, Curt Schilling was perfect through 5 2/3 innings, retiring the first 17 Mariners that he faced prior to giving up a single to Randy Winn. Dick Bresciani from the Red Sox PR side of things came in and mentioned that it was Randy Wynn who broke up Tim Wakefield's bid for no-hitter in Tampa Bay. His 8 2/3, he went to the no-hit pitching at Tropicana Field. There's Randy. Today with 2 down in the 6th with a single. Since then, Seattle has added 2 more hits. Schilling's given up 3 hits today and a run. Schilling with 90 pitches today. We're in the dirt, and it's 2-2 now to Olerud. John Olerud now in his 5th season with Seattle. 3 years with the Mets prior to that. And of course, the great run as the Toronto Blue Jays, first 7 seasons in the majors. One of the amazing things about Olerud, he never spent a day in the minors, ever. Very few players can say that, but John Olerud is one of them. Third-round pick of the Toronto Blue Jays in June of '89. And first appeared with Toronto in 1989 in the major leagues. Fouled off the left side.
Oh, nice play. Up in the roof boxes.
Might be mistaken, but I think Dave Winfield is another guy who never spent a day.
I think you're right. I think you're right, Don. Yeah, I didn't spend any time in the minors at all.
Ball 4 to Olerud, and the first walk of the day given up by Curt Schilling.
The shortstop, number 12, Cabrera.
No action in the Red Sox bullpen. Schilling working here towards the 100-pitch plateau, walking John Olerud to begin things in the 8th. More of a lead to work with this inning, with the Red Sox grabbing a pair in the bottom of the 7th. On top 5-1 here into the 8th, and here's Holbert Cabrera, 0 for 2 today. To left field, Manny Ramirez headed back. It's off the scoreboard. It caroms to Cesar Crespo, throws to second. And the cutoff man, Pokey Reese, but into second with a double is Cabrera. And the Mariners have the first 2 on here and in scoring position with nobody out.
Now, that last inning that Schilling was sitting around in the dugout was a very long inning, and maybe that's had an effect on him here to start the 8th inning. The walk is first of the day, and now the scoreboard double for Cabrera. Right off the top of that scoreboard, Crespo there to get the ball back into second base.
After the double, instant action in the Red Sox bullpen. Alan Embry just getting up and starting to warm it up. Schilling pitching towards the bottom of the Seattle order, and the number 8 man, Dan Wilson, was struck out twice today against Schilling, very tardy on the first cut.
And Schilling's really made some pitches on Wilson, especially on that outside corner.
Grounded to third. Youkilis looks the runner back and fires across the diamond for out number 1.
Split fingered fastball from Schilling to get the ground ball with the men at second and third, and Youkilis
across the diamond and get the first out. Ball, the third base runner can't score. He has to hold there at third base. Youkilis checks him and gets the out at first.
One down for Randy Wynn. 1 for 2 today. A single in the 6th. Broke up a string, and Curt Schilling retiring the first 17 Mariners that he faced today. $35,046 on hand here today. Another sellout. 98th in a row for the Red Sox. To right field, struck well. Kapler heading back to the track, front of the wall to make the catch right in front of the bullpen wall. Tagging from third and scoring is Olerud, and on to third goes Cabrera. As Kapler back there to make the catch right in front of the wall for out number 2.
Pretty good charge put in that by Randy Wynn. Going about as deep to right field as you can go without having the home run. Plus you're concerned about that breeze that had been blowing out in that direction. Instead it turns into an out, but they do pick up 1 run. So it's back to a 3-run ball game.
That one just kept carrying to right. Action in the pen. Embry now joined by Keith Folk. Ichiro slaps it into left field. And in from third base comes Cabrera with the 3rd Seattle run. Not going quietly. It's now 5-3 Red Sox, and we'll see if Schilling goes quietly as Francona makes his way out. If Schilling does indeed leave, it won't be quiet at Fenway after the effort he put forth today. Another outstanding effort for Curt Schilling. Perfect through 5 2/3. And here he is in the 8th with a 2-run lead, and Schilling will indeed be headed off. And we'll let the Fenway faithful let them know how they feel about Curt. Schilling going over his outing as he leaves the game with 2 outs here in the 8th inning and turns things over to Alan Embry.
Embry making his 26th appearance, among the league leaders in that category. A 2-0 record, his 2nd appearance of this series, an inning on Friday night.
The pinch hitter, Rich Aurelia, pinch hitting for Dave Hansen. Aurelia's had a pretty good series against the Red Sox, and he's in there as a pinch hitter overall this season at .224, a home run and 17 runs batted in. Aurelia, 32 years of age, lines it up over the outstretched glove of Pokey Reese into left center field. Crespo's up with it, fires it into second base. Holding Aurelia to a pinch hit single. On to third goes Ichiro. All of a sudden now Seattle with the potential tying runs on base.
Yep, and good solid contact there by Aurelia as he hits that line drive just over the glove of Pokey Reese. Crespo does a good job here of getting the ball back into second base. Keep that man out of scoring position. Once again, Terry Francona making his way to the mound, and I guess Folk will be coming in to try to get 4 outs in this game.
So Embry facing just one batter. Rich Aurelia, the pinch hitter, with a single. Runners at the corners. The Red Sox are going to bring on the closer with 2 outs in the 8th. Curt Schilling done today after 7 2/3 innings. We saw Alan Embry very briefly. Now Keith Folk into the game.
10 for 10 in save chances for Keith Folk. He worked in this series. It was not a save situation. He worked on Friday, an inning, gave up a couple of hits, did have a strikeout. Edgar Martinez, the first guy to face him. .313 in his career against Folk with a home run.
Edgar Martinez with a single his last time up, 1 for 3 today, after bouncing to shortstop in the first and fourth inning. Did he go? Yes, he did. Bill Welke, the first base umpire, said he offered.
A slider to start off Edgar Martinez. Usually it's fastball, changeup, and an occasional slider from Folk. That time the slider for the first strike on Martinez.
This is the 6th time this season that Folk has been brought on to work more than 1 inning. The 3rd time in a save situation. Ichiro at third, Rulia at first. Line to right, a base hit for Martinez. Ichiro will score from third base, and it's a 1-run game now. Red Sox on top 5-4 as Seattle is shipped away and now back within a run.
Edgar Martinez, good success in his career against Keith Folk, takes the fastball and slaps it the opposite way for the base hit. Looked like we're going to have a pinch runner also as Bloomquist coming in to pinch run for Edgar Martinez.
Willie Bloomquist.
Martinez, 16. Willie Bloomquist. The hitter, left fielder, number 28.
Raul Ibanez, the 8th man to bat for Seattle here in the 8th inning. Ibanez 0 for 2 with a sacrifice fly. And he offered, says the home plate umpire Laz Diaz, and Ibanez can't believe it.
Now he wants him to check with a third base umpire. Laz Diaz making that call on his own. Tough to tell from that angle from straightaway center field.
And on the hands, fouled off, and it's 0-2 now to Ibanez. Folks, 0-2 pitch. In the air to right field. Deep and far. Kepler back there, still going, and it is gone. A 3-run home run for Raul Ibanez that has changed the complexion of this one with one swing of the bat. It is 7-5 Seattle. They chipped away, and now they're ahead, and they do it off the Red Sox closer, Keith Folk.
And they do it on an 0-2 changeup from Keith Folk. Quickly in the hole was Ibanez. 0-2. He goes to the changeup, and again, Ibanez hitting his 10th home run of the season. He's had a big day. He's got 4 runs batted in.
The first blown stay for Keith Folk. A very quiet Fenway Park now as Brett Boone becomes the 9th member of the Mariners to bat. Folk, dating back to last season, had been 24 for 24 in save opportunities until today.
Now Ibanez didn't let that first call by the umpire bother him. Quickly fell down 0-1, 0-2, and then got the 0-2 changeup and hit the home run. Had a sacrifice fly back in the 7th, but the big blow coming here in the 8th.
This is something Red Sox fans have not seen much of this year. You get late in the game, you have the lead. They've generally held that lead.
Fouled off the right side as we look to the last of the 8th. Varitek will be expected in the inning. And Schilling now not part of the equation after today. The Red Sox are cruising right along. He was perfect through 5 2/3, and the Red Sox enjoyed a 5-1 lead, and here now the Red Sox are down 7-5. To left field, down the line towards the corner, bending. And a bending foul.
Well, you've got to give the Mariners credit in this inning, Don. I mean, last inning they had that wild pitch that allows 2 gift runs home for the Red Sox. It looked like it was going to be out of reach. And as Hasegawa loosens in the pen, then they bounce back in this inning, and so far with 6 runs.
Schilling not part of the decision today as Folk now on the hook. Giving up a single to Edgar Martinez, and then the 3-run home run for Raul Ibanez. Pokey Reese on to first to end the inning, but a highly productive inning for the Mariners. They come up with 6 of them in the inning, and it's Seattle on top now 7-5. Back at Fenway Park, and a blown save for Keith Polk. Now the Red Sox trying to come back, down by 2 runs, 7-5. Some defensive changes. Rich Aurilia takes over at shortstop after pinch hitting, and Holbert Cabrera moves from shortstop to third base. Dave Hansen coming out of the game, and we head to the last of the 8th. The new pitcher Hasegawa
pitched an inning in the 3rd in the ball game yesterday. Pitched very well. Allowed 1 hit. Had 1 strikeout. Kept the Red Sox off the board. 22nd appearance on the season for Hasegawa.
Varitek 0 for 3. A strikeout, foul out, and hit one to the track in center. Yesterday, a pretty good job from the Seattle bullpen. They're on their 4th pitcher of the day, and they got more warming up in the bullpen.
Looks like Myers and Guardado.
Everyday Eddie now the closer for the Mariners. Another closeout yesterday's game. Right side and through into right field. Red Sox have the lead man on in the last of the 8th. First hit of the day for Jason Varitek. And Andy Dominique making his way in from the bullpen.
Dominique with home run power, and maybe coming in to pinch hit to down that bottom of the lineup, possibly for Pokey Reese. We'll see.
David McCarty hitting for the first time today. He's in Millar's spot after he took over at first base. Millar had been on 3 times today, a walk, a double, and an infield hit. McCarty strokes one to left field, back and over, and it's off the wall. Varitek running to third on the double for David McCarty. Red Sox have the first 2 on, and they're not only on, they're in scoring position with nobody out.
And that happened quick. The base hit by Varitek, a line shot by McCarty right off that wall. That goes like a line drive going over the head of a third baseman. Put a charge in that, and all of a sudden, that quickly, the Red Sox have the tying run at second base.
Johnny Damon has grabbed a bat. He is going to bat, it appears, in Kapler's spot. McCarty with his 6th double. Damon had the day off until now. Now going to see Johnny for the first time.
And it might be against Myers. Myers struck him out in the game yesterday.
Well, that's going to go out and talk while the hierarchy thinks it over as he sends Wilson out to chat it up. Now he's made his decision. And Now Melvin heading to the mound.
It's like he's going for Guardado.
So he's going to go to his closer here in the 8th as well with nobody out. And the pitching change from Fenway. Seattle on top 7-5, but the Red Sox threatening.
If you play it, wear it, hit it, throw it, shoot it, or pass it, then you can get it at Olympia Sports, outfitting your family for over 28 years. Olympia's got you covered from head to toe with the hottest styles to keep you at the top of your game. Baseball season has arrived, and Olympia Sports is your headquarters with the best names in equipment, apparel, and footwear from Reebok, Adidas, Under Armour, Nike, and more. Get it at Olympia Sports. Shop with confidence, satisfaction guaranteed.
Hey, Gianni, what's up, baby? Hey, shh, I got a little secret for you. G-R-B, G-R-B, G-R-B. I'm the ESPN Major League Baseball. I am the man. I got the knuckle cool ball, I got the hard ball, and I got the circle change. And I also got the spaghetti and meatball ball. Ball, big, boom. Rated E for everyone.
Red Sox fans are very intense. I'm not saying they're certifiable, but they really need to be licensed.
Show your support for New England's two favorite teams with your own official Red Sox Jimmy Fund license plate. The plate shows off your commitment as a fan, and the proceeds benefit the Jimmy Fund.
We think of it more as a tag and release system, so we can keep an eye on you.
To get your license plate, visit your nearest Registry of Motor Vehicles office or log on to jimmyfund.org.
Back at Fenway Park, and another pitcher coming on now for Seattle, Hasegawa, with a single and a double very quickly in the 8th. Red Sox in business, and the closer on for Seattle, Eddie Guardado.
Eddie Guardado picked up the save yesterday, number 9 for him on the season. 9 and 11 opportunities. He's got his work cut out from here. Nobody out in the 8th inning, and a couple of men on base in scoring position.
Johnny Damon pinch hitting here in the last half of the 8th inning. 0 for 5 yesterday. Did not reach base safely for the first time in 12 games. Overall at 283, 3 homers and 27 RBIs. He's blowing hard from left to right across the outfield. The outfielder straight away on Damon. To right field, Ichiro looking up into the sun. Making the catch. Veritek tagging and coming homeward. With the 6th Boston run on to third also goes McCarty. And the tying run now just 90 feet away. Damon with a sac fly brings him within a run.
And Andy Dominique is going to come up to pinch hit for Pokey Reese. First of all, the fly ball. Damon gets the fastball out over the plate, certainly deep enough to get the run home, and also gets that man to third base with less than 2 outs.
Andy Dominique getting ready for his 3rd Major League at bat. So far 0 for 2. You see the numbers with the Pawtucket Red Sox. The infield brought in all the way around by the Mariners. Tying run at 3rd. And Dominique takes strike 1.
I would guess, Don, when they go back out defensively, Crespo will come to short, Damon to center. McCarty might go to right, and Dominique to first.
Reese from the number 9 spot have been 1 for 3 today. All the first-time Major Leaguers the Red Sox have used this year up from the Pawtucket Red Sox and all seem to contribute. This is Dominique's 3rd Major League at bat, the big spot right here. Move down the right field line, will get back foul down towards Canvas Alley.
Well,
Well, it'd be only fitting on a day that they honor Ben Mondor that Dominique would hit a home run here to retake the lead for the Red Sox.
422 players from the Pawtucket Red Sox have played in Boston or the majors, and part of the Pawtucket Red Sox front office certainly cheering on one of their favorites, and Andy Dominique. Dominique sends it into right field, falling fast, in for a hit. From third comes McCarty. The first Major League base hit in the career of Andy Dominique ties the game at 7. Nobody happier than Ben Mondor watching that happen.
Little bloop that's going to drop out in front of Ichiro. And with that base hit, Dominique picks up his first Major League base hit, his first Major League run batted in, and ties the score.
Now Mark Bellhorn still just 1 out. So both closers have had a tough time of it today, brought into the game early on both occasions. Both blowing their save opportunities. As Bellhorn takes the strike, and it's 0-2. Guardado was able to get his 9th save yesterday. Fouled off. 0-2 still to Bellhorn.
Only player left on the bench for the Red Sox, Doug Mirabelli.
You mentioned he may have tweaked something yesterday, the hamstring.
Yeah. Nothing serious, though, we're told, according to Terry Francona this morning.
Bellhorn could not hold up, and he strikes out for the second out here in the last half of the 8th inning. Seattle pitching, and strikeout number 7 of the day. And here comes Kevin Youkilis.
Might be a splitter there from Eddie Guardado to pick up the strikeout against Bellhorn.
Youkilis has doubled, been hit by a pitch, struck out, and singled. He has scored 3 runs. And he takes strike 1. Seattle has used Ryan Franklin, Ron Valone, Julio Mateo, Shigetashi Hasegawa, and now Eddie Guardado. Off Guardado, he can't find it right away. By the time he does, it's too late. Youkilis is on, up to second base with the go-ahead run goes Dominique. And the inning continues.
Now, big day for Kevin Youkilis, picking up his 3rd hit. He's also been hit by a pitch. Line shot right back at Guardado. He gets glove on it. And then watch when he runs to first base. He points that way, fakes the throw, and he's hoping to catch Dominique rounding second. Didn't happen.
Now he's going to face David Ortiz. 35,046. Ready for the David Ortiz at bat with 2 on, 2 outs here in the last half of the 8th. The Red Sox have erased a 2-run deficit here in the bottom of the 8th to tie the score at 7. They're now trying to push ahead the go-ahead run. Ortiz fights it off Powell, and he's down 0-2. Guardado with the blown save here today. Now just trying to preserve the 7-7 tie. Dominique at second. Youkilis at first. Ortiz tried to hold up but does not, and he's rung up by third base umpire Wally Bell. So Guardado strikes out Ortiz. The Red Sox get 2 runs, and we're tied at 7 at the end of 8.
Nobody does it like Southwest Airlines. We always have low fares, even at the last minute.
You are now free to move about the country.
Money on your mind? At Sovereign, we're here with red carpet service. Guaranteed.
The new Chevrolet, an American revolution.
What's the deal? Why the grins and eager faces? It's too early for the normal social graces. Is it my smile, my look, or what I say? I'm not complaining, things are going my way, yeah.
McDonald's always makes your morning easier. Come in early and you can grab a McGriddle sandwich or your favorite breakfast sandwich and go.
McDonald's, way to start my day. I'm loving it.
Now open 6 a.m. or earlier.
Don Orsillo and Jerry Remy back at Fenway Park on to the 9th, tied 7-7. John Olerud leading it off, fouling it off the left side. Any changes for the Red Sox? David McCarty now in right field. Johnny Damon in center. Cesar Crespo goes from center to shortstop. And Andy Dominique, his first major league hit here today, an RBI to tie the score 7-7. And now time called as
looks like he's going to get some sunglasses, Don.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah, especially that side of the field this time of day. That sun is brutal.
Those the flip down kind?
Looks like it, yep.
Yeah. Did you wear those?
Yep.
They go up in the air, you just flip them down?
Yep.
Yep. That's the whole concept behind the flip down. Olerud leading it off, then Cabrera and Wilson expected here in the 9th. And Folk ahead, 0-2. Bounced in, and it's 1-2. So we look ahead to the last half of the 9th inning. Manny Ramirez scheduled to lead it off, then Cesar Crespo's spot, followed by Jason Varitek. Manny on his 32nd birthday will be leading it off in the bottom of the 9th. Folks, 2-2. Hopped up into short left. Out goes Crespo to make the running catch. The Red Sox shortstop Cesar Crespo well into left field to make that catch.
Now, Red Sox have made some fine plays at shortstop today. Pokey Reese for most of the game. Now Crespo, he's going to go a long way to make this catch on the pop-up. Waves off Ramirez and makes the catch. Remember, he was playing Olerud slightly to pull in that infield, so he had quite a bit of ground to cover.
to make that catch.
One down for Cabrera. A double his last time up, came around to score. 1 for 3 today. Curt Schilling today, 7 2/3, 5 hits, 4 runs. Walked 1 and struck out 4. He was perfect through 5 2/3 innings today, but ends up, as it turns out, with a no decision. Folk was then on the hook after blowing the save here in the 8th inning. Seattle scored 6 times in the 8th. The Red Sox have tied it up in their half of the 8th. Tied at 7 with 1 down, and Folk ahead of Cabrera, 0-2.
That home run given up by Folk, too, was the first he's allowed this season.
Raul Ibanez, 3-run shot. Just off the outside edge, 1-2. Check at first, he did not offer, and it's 2-2. Bill Welke, the first base umpire. The Yankees were 7-6 losers today to Tampa Bay. The Red Sox right now tied with New York atop the American League East with the Yankees loss. Struck him out. First strikeout for Keith Folk, 2 down in the 9th.
Folk going upstairs with the fastball above the belt. No contact by Cabrera. Second time he struck out in this game today.
Dan Wilson 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts and the ground out from his number 8 spot in the order. Now in his 10th season with Seattle. First 2 years in the big league spent with the Cincinnati Reds, but has been in Seattle since 1994. Just 2 for 11 against Folk. You'd think the Seattle guys would have seen Folk a great deal. Of course, Oakland and Seattle in the same division. The 2-1 on the corner, and it's 2-2. Folk trying to enjoy a 1-2-3 top of the 9th inning. And a full count now to Dan Wilson, who's already struck out twice today. Wilson, a 2-out walk. And the number 9 man, Randy Wynn, coming up. It's just the second walk all day for Red Sox pitching.
Bill Hasselman trying to get the attention of the outfield. He's pushing back David McCarty a little bit. Wants nothing over their head in this situation, so on a double he can't score from first base. Try to keep everything in front of the outfielders.
The strike to Randy Wynn. He singled after Curt Schilling had retired the first 17 Seattle Mariners that he faced here today. Randy Wynn breaking it up with a single in the 6th inning. And a sac fly in the 8th. for his 10th RBI. Popped up down the third base line. Youkilis into foul ground, and he makes the catch. That one came back. And he was able to make the catch, falling to the ground to end the inning. On to the last of the ninth, tied at 7.
For extra convenience, extra value, and extra service, stop at Extra Mart. When you're on the go, you need a little extra. Fuel up on Extra Mart's Deli Joe sandwiches, Brew Boy coffee, and more.
This month, Extra Mart is your baseball headquarters. Come in for the best in Major League collectibles and trading cards from Upper Deck, Topps, Fleer, and Donruss. Enter to win a trip for 2 to the 2004 All-Star Game in Houston.
With over 150 locations throughout New England, be smart. Shop Extra Mart.
Wondering if severe weather is ahead? Count on the Eyewitness News Pinpoint Weather Team.
Eyewitness News is the only station in southern New England with live pinpoint Doppler radar.
When severe weather threatens, every second counts.
Having the only live radar means our team of meteorologists can track the storm down your street, down to the minute.
When severe weather is on the horizon, Eyewitness News makes sure you're prepared.
With live pinpoint Doppler, we can give you the most accurate weather information possible.
Eyewitness News Live Pinpoint Doppler is weather coverage you can count on.
A race car driver wouldn't think about driving without good tires, and neither should you. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest volume discount tire dealer, where you save on Toyo tires. At Town Fair Tire, you receive free mounting, free flat repair, free tire rotation, free snow tire changeover, free front wheel alignment with 2 tire purchase. Go to Town Fair Tire for the guaranteed lowest price on Toyo tires. Town Fair Tire, the best place to buy tires.
When it starts showing up in video games, don't let the needle-pushing T5 Turbo Performance mess with your mind. It's still built like a Volvo. Introducing the all-new Volvo S40.
Bottom of the ninth inning back at Fenway. Don Orsillo and Jerry Remy as we head to the last of the ninth, tied at 7. Manny Ramirez on his 32nd birthday, leading off the bottom of the ninth, tied at 7. He doubled back in the third and has driven in 2 runs on the afternoon. The league leader in home runs with 14 on the season. Facing the Seattle closer, Eddie Guardado. Up and away, 4-1. Cesar Crespo on deck. And then Jason Varitek expected in the inning. There's Crespo. One and one now to Ramirez. Guardado, the 5th Seattle pitcher of the afternoon. Strike 2, and it's 1-2 to Manny. Mike Timlin up in the Red Sox bullpen. Tipped into the catcher's mitt. Ramirez strikes out to open up the bottom of the ninth.
Started him off with fastballs. After that, everything off speed to Manny Ramirez to pick up the strikeout. Change up from Guardado. And he struck out Ortiz to end the 8th inning, and Ramirez now to start the bottom of the ninth.
Guardado with 3 strikeouts since coming on. Here's Cesar Crespo batting for the first time. Crespo coming on defensively for the Red Sox, originally in center field, and now has moved into the infield to shortstop. All the changes for the Red Sox in the late innings. J.J. Potts up in the bullpen. Swing and a miss, and Crespo strikes out back-to-back Ks for Guardado. Actually 3 in a row now, and there's 2 down in the 9th.
Well, after that base hit from Dominique to tie the ball game, Guardado's got awfully tough here on the Red Sox. Both strikeouts since coming in, back-to-back here in this inning.
2 down for Jason Varitek. He singled his last time up. Varitek against left-handed pitchers. A .324 batting average, 2 homers against lefties. Fouled off to the right. Just grabbed by a fan up in the sky boxes to our right. Nicely done. He almost fell out of the sky boxes, which is ill-advised. Wow. Long way down. One and one now to Varitek. Red Sox winning the first game of the series 8-4. They lost here yesterday 5-4. Varitek ahead 3-1.
Trying to stay away from Varitek too. Everything outside, trying to make him use the big part of the ballpark.
Fouled off the right side. A full count now to Varitek. David McCarty waiting on deck. Struck him out. Guardado, in impressive fashion, strikes out the side in order in the 9th. We're headed for extra frames, tied at 7.
Recently, Dodge Ram was pitted against 4 different full-size competitors. An independent company ran each through a battery of tests, and every time, the truck that out-towed, out-hauled, and flat-out outperformed the competition was the Hemi-powered Dodge Ram. Kind of makes you realize why Ram commands respect from every driver, especially ones that count on performance.
Sweet!
Qualified buyers who finance through Chrysler Financial get an additional $1,000 for a total combined cash allowance of $4,500 on Ram 1500.
Here's your light beer.
Miles away from other light beers. Corona Light.
I didn't want to wrinkle my outfit.
I was in a rush.
I can't find the other half fit.
I always use it for the kids, but not for me. I take my chances. I don't need them.
I was just going to the corner store.
I don't believe in seatbelts.
I didn't know it was the law.
It doesn't matter what your excuse is. Safety belts are the law in Massachusetts. Click it or ticket. Massachusetts is serious about saving lives.
Tied at 7 as we head now to the top half of the 10th inning. It's time now for our fan of the game, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. And that is Ben Mondor, the great owner of the Pawtucket Red Sox. Honored today before the game. It'll be inducted in the Red Sox Hall of Fame. Nice day for him, and certainly the Ford fan of the game. New pitcher on for the Red Sox as we head to the 10th, Mike Timlin.
Timlin making his 23rd appearance for the Red Sox. His record stands at 3-1. Opponents only hitting .207 against Timlin. 23 strikeouts in 24 1/3, and he last worked yesterday against Seattle. Pitched 2 innings in the ball game, giving up only 1 hit. Had a couple of walks and a strikeout against the Mariners.
They'll have to face the top of the Seattle order, beginning with Ichiro. Aurelia, and then Bloomquist in the spot. In the DH spot after he had run for Edgar Martinez. Ichiro makes his way to the plate here to begin the 10th inning. Ichiro with a hit his last time up, has a run driven in today. Pete Falk with the blown save today, going an inning and a third, giving up 2 hits, 2 runs. Allowed an inherited runner to score on the 3-run home run that he allowed to Raul Ibanez. Walk and a strikeout for Falk. Ichiro 2 for 2 with a home run against Timlin.
Another key member of the Red Sox bullpen, Scott Williamson, heading back to Fort Myers to begin a throwing program.
Slapped foul down the left field line, back into the seats. It seems like Ichiro is on the move.
Whole body seems to be leaning forward as he goes into the swing, but his hands stay back. Great eye-hand coordination.
Strikes out. Ichiro wants him to check at third, but the call made by Laz Diaz. And Bob Melvin out there to defend his players. Ichiro got hot. Strikeout number 1 for Timlin.
On the first look, it didn't seem that he swung unless he called it on being a strike. It's hard to tell. He didn't swing at that. Was it called a strike? What's the call by Laz Diaz? Looks like he pointed to the bat like he swung. I mean, that wasn't even close to being a swing, was it?
No. Do you think it was close to being a strike with a pitch?
Well, good news for the Red Sox. Ichiro's in the dugout.
Certainly a guy you want to keep off the base pass. Really batting for the second time he pinch hit and got a pinch hit in the 8th. Aurelia, 32 years old. First season with the Mariners after his entire career spent with the San Francisco Giants. Signed with Seattle as a free agent this past offseason. One out, top of the 10th inning. Mike Timlin, the 4th pitcher used today by Boston. Curt Schilling went 7 2/3 today, giving up 4 runs. Emery gave up a run. Falk giving up 2. And now Mike Timlin on to work the 10th inning. Shadows have encompassed home plate.
Still not too bad there, though, for the hitters. When it gets out about halfway, that's when it really becomes a problem.
4. Really walks with 1 out of the inning. 3rd walk given up by Red Sox pitching.
Looks like Bloomquist is going to be called back, and probably Spezio, I would think, would come out of that dugout.
Attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen, hitting for Bloomquist, number 23, Scott Spezio.
1 out, 1 on, and it will indeed be Scott Spezio. 0 for 5 here yesterday. Overall 247, 5 homers, and 22 runs batted in for Spezio.
Ridley on the season does not have a stolen base.
Four years in Oakland, 4 years in Anaheim for Spezio. In his first season as a member of the Seattle Mariners. Spending his entire career in the AL West.
Johnny Damon deep in center. David McCarty deep in right with the man at first base.
On the ground, Bellhorn, the 2nd for 1 on to first, double play. Seattle gone to the top of the 10th. We head to the bottom of the 10th, tied at 7.
There's never been a better time to get into a Jeep brand 4x4, like Jeep Liberty Sport. Right now, qualified lessees can get one for just $239 a month and only $999 down. The ever-capable Liberty with 4-wheel drive, power windows, locks, and air conditioning for just $239 a month. But get in today because this incredible offer ends June 1st. The best values in America are at your Jeep dealer during May bonus day.
For all John Deere owners, there's a moment. It happens before the exclusive Edge cutting system delivers its first superior cut. Before you've put its legendary durability to the test. Long before you benefit from the at-home support of a dedicated dealer. It's the moment. Faded blue touches bright yellow for the first time. Visit your John Deere retailer today and experience the moment for as little as $14.99. Find out which John Deere is right for you at your authorized retailer.
You know, being the play-by-play guy for the Red Sox, it's really been a lifelong dream of mine.
Thank you very much, David Ortiz.
You know, being a broadcaster on NESN, you're so close to the action.
Hey, Wick.
Hey, Donnie. I mean, the guys, they really make you feel like you're part of the team.
Never mind, let's go.
Doing play-by-play is not as easy as it looks.
Work it out. Let's go, Orsillo. Double time. Come on. You're better than that.
I mean, you really have to stay focused out there.
Come on, announcer boy. Get up.
Don Orsillo and Jerry Remy back at Fenway Park getting ready for the bottom of the 10th. This game summary is brought to you by Dunkin' Donuts. Wild game today. The Red Sox and Mariners tied at 7. David Ortiz pretty quiet today, 0 for 5 with an RBI. Manny Ramirez 1 for 3 with a couple of ribbies. Big day for Kevin Youkilis, 3-4-4. He scored 3 times. Andy Dominique, his first major league hit and an RBI, tied the score at 7. That's where we are as we head to the last of the 10th. And a new pitcher for Seattle, J.J. Poots.
15th appearance, his second of this series. He worked on Friday, 2/3 of an inning in that game, 3 hits, a couple of runs.
David McCarty leading it off. They're taking strike 1. Poots becomes the 6th Seattle pitcher of the day.
A couple of pretty good curveballs there. He also throws hard. We had him clocked the other night at 93-94 with his fastball.
Walks McCarty off 1-2. Anastasio Martinez up in the Red Sox bullpen. McTimlin working the top of the 10th. Two and two now to McCarty.
Had some control problems. 10 walks, 13 strikeouts in 15 innings.
In the dirt, bouncing that one up there. It's a full count now to McCarty. Johnny Damon waiting on deck. Bottom of the 10th, tied at 7. A full count to David McCarty. Hit hard on the ground, but right to Arulia at shortstop. And McCarty's out number 1 in the bottom of the 10th.
Ball hit hard by McCarty, but two big hops right to Arulia for the first out of the inning. Ran the count to 3-2, but Boots able to throw the strike and get the out.
Johnny Damon did not start the game, came on in the 8th. Fly to right, sacrifice fly at the time. Little check swing, back to the mound. Boots on to first, and Damon is out number 2.
That's always a very frustrating at bat. You check, you swing, you make contact, and you're out that quickly.
Two down for Andy Dominique. And his first major league hit his last time up, first major league RBI. It tied the score 7-7. Seven home runs in 45 games with the Pawtucket Red Sox this season before being called up. Three and 0 now to Andy Dominique. The top of the Red Sox order, Mark Bellhorn waiting on deck. More action in the Seattle bullpen. Myers back up again.
And I believe he's the only guy that got left out in that bullpen.
Dominique appeared to be taking all the way. 3-1. Chopped off the plate, slowly towards third. Cabrera, bare hands, double pumps, throws it away, up into the seats, and they will give second base to Dominique. The winning run goes into scoring position, an ill-advised throw by the time Cabrera was ready to throw it.
Now Dominique does not run well. Cabrera coming in with the barehanded play, bobbles it. Once he bobbled it, he probably should have held on to it. Instead, he throws it away, and that's a big break for the Red Sox. Dominique can move on to second base with that ball bouncing up into the crowd. So they get the potential winning run in scoring position.
A hit and an error gets Dominique to second base. Second miscue of the day for Seattle. Winning run in scoring position for the Red Sox, Mark Bellhorn. Wondering about a pinch runner. All you have on the bench is Doug Mirabelli. As Bellhorn takes the ball. Bellhorn with 2 hits today, a single in the first, a single in the 7th. strike to make it 2-1 now to Bellhorn.
Ichiro with the best arm in the outfield, playing pretty shallow out there in right field as we look at the strike call to run the count to 2-1.
Speed in there for a strike. Evens up now at 2-2. Curt got the first 2 outs. Dominique at second base, a hit and error getting him to second. 2 down. Last half of the 10th. Bellhorn strikes out to conclude the 10th inning. We're headed for the 11th, tied at 7.
I didn't want to wrinkle my outfit.
I was in a rush.
I can't find the other half fit.
I always use it for the kids, but not for me. I take my chances. I don't need them.
I was just going to the corner store.
I don't believe in seatbelts.
I didn't know it was the law.
It doesn't matter what your excuse is. Safety belts are the law in Massachusetts. Click it or ticket. Massachusetts is serious about saving lives.
Your Dodge dealers got the best values in America, like the all-new Dodge Durango with 5-star, the highest government frontal crash test rating, plus available Hemi power, room for 7, and an even smoother ride. It's the all-new SUV with all you could want. Now get a $500 Mopar gift voucher when you buy or lease a new Durango, and qualified buyers who finance through Chrysler Financial get an additional $1,000 for a total combined value of $5,000. Or qualified buyers can combine their bonus cash with 0% APR financing.
So, what do you think? I think I need something faster. Faster? You know how much horsepower this thing has? 1? Yeah, about that.
Some things just don't compare.
Where you going?
Like Comcast high-speed internet versus Verizon DSL. Comcast is up to 3 times faster. Call now for this great offer.
Top of the 11th inning back at Fenway, tied at 7. And as we head to the top of the 11th inning, new Red Sox pitcher Anastasio Martinez.
5th appearance for Martinez, the record of 1-0. He also worked yesterday against Seattle. A third of an inning, did have a strikeout in that ball game. Opponent's hitting .333 off Anastasio. What a wacky afternoon here at Fenway Park. Back and forth, 7-7 extra innings. Mariners travel back to the West Coast after the game. They also play tomorrow night, very similar to what we'll be doing tomorrow.
That's tough.
With the day game here at Fenway, Lenny Donato loosening in the Red Sox bullpen.
That's unusual, isn't it? I don't remember another time where you in Seattle and then come home and play home the next night.
Going east to west, it happens every now and then. Usually west-east, they have the off day.
This is Raul Ibanez, who hit a big 3-run home run in the 8th inning. And the time gave Seattle the 7-5 lead.
Now that shadow out there between home plate and the pitcher's mound becoming more difficult as it creeps out closer to the pitcher. Shadows like that, the toughest pitch to really read is the breaking ball. It's hard to see the spin on the ball.
Fouled off 2-2. Well, the Red Sox were on top at the time, 5-4, when Raul Ibanez takes this one out of the yard to right. A 3-run shot. And the blown save for Keith Folk, who's first in a Red Sox uniform, and gets away from Martinez just a little bit outside. Tomorrow, the Red Sox will play the makeup game of the Baltimore Orioles. Derek Lowe scheduled to pitch for the Red Sox against Rodrigo Lopez. For the Orioles, back in the starting rotation.
Yeah, last time we saw Rodrigo Lopez, he was working out of the bullpen for the Orioles.
Derek winning last time out, kind of a tough outing. He's 4-4 with a 6.22 ERA. He'll be matched up against Rodrigo Lopez, 3-2 with a 2.92 ERA. Leadoff walk for Raul Ibanez. And it brings up Brett Boone, who is 0 for 4 today. To right field, McCarty coming on. And make the catch for out number 1. Ibanez back to the bag at first.
Any fly ball in that direction right now, very dangerous late in the afternoon. Sun, a major problem out there in right field. No problem that time, though, for David McCarty. See that shadow behind David. It's really, really tough here at Fenway Park on these late afternoon games. Sun setting to the west, or heading down toward the west. You know, it's not setting yet, but it's going in that direction.
John Olerud with 1 out and 1 on. First to check on Ibanez at first. Mike Semlin worked an inning as he worked the 10th inning, walking 1, striking out 1, not allowing a hit nor a run in his 1 inning of relief. Now Anastasio Martinez working the 11th inning. As we saw, Lenny DiNardo was up in the Red Sox bullpen.
Question is, do you consider hitting running and with Olerud at the plate? Looking down for another set of signs.
Throw over to first base. Ibanez back. Martinez falling behind 2-0. A 1-2 record, 2.55 ERA, and 15 relief appearances with the Pawtucket Red Sox this season. 24 2/3 innings. He had struck out 27 hitters before being called up to the Boston Red Sox. He got that win in that very first major league appearance he made, May 22nd, in relief of Pedro Martinez. Strike, and it's 2-1.
If they're going to play hit and run, they probably play it right here on the 2-1 count.
There goes Ibanez, and it's grounded to third. Youkilis with the throw in time to get Olerud. Up to second base goes Ibanez with now 2 down.
Olerud making contact, and by sending that runner at first base, they do get a man in a scoring position with 2 outs. So the 2-1 count, expecting a strike from Martinez. They put the play on. They do get a man in scoring position. That side was wide open too, as you could see. Crespo going over to cover second base. Fortunately for the Red Sox, it was hit at Youkilis.
Dave Wallace, the Red Sox pitching coach, headed out to talk to Anastasio Martinez. As the next batter will be Hobert Cabrera.
Tell you what, Don, for an extra inning game, not many folks have left Fenway.
No. 35,046 the crowd here today. Another sellout. And they're hanging in here into the top half of the 11th inning. Potential go-ahead run in scoring position for Seattle with 2 outs here in the 11th. And Hobert Cabrera, a double in the 8th, 1 for 4 today. With his lead at second base, 2 down. And the strike ahead of Cabrera, quickly, nothing in 2. The 0-2. Up top, he didn't chase.
After every pitch, it looks like Martinez goes back, touches the rosin bag, goes to the forehead.
The 1-2 pitch to right field. McCarty frozen by the sun for a moment. Now ducks back and makes the catch. Late adjustment, but one that works for David McCarty. We head to the bottom of the 11th, tied at 7.
Dunkin' Donuts is ready to hand you our cool cash certificates if we spot you drinking any of our delicious iced beverages. It's a chance you won't want to let go of. Get caught cold.
Welcome to the House of Beer. We have 170 kinds of beer from all over the world. The beers are color-coded and separated by country, style, and color. Call me when you're ready.
I'm ready. All of Sam Adams. Yeah.
You can go around the world and not find a better beer than Samuel Adams. Always a good decision.
Did you know Explorer has a no-charge third-row seat, a $745 value? And for a limited time, you can also get a power moonroof, a total value of $1,595 in no-charge options. Explorer 4x4, specially equipped with a standard V6, independent rear suspension, CD, remote keyless entry, and more. 0% financing for 60 months, plus $2,850 Ford credit bonus cash, or lease for only $299 a month. See your New England Ford dealer.
Want to breathe life into your day? Try using a straw.
Wild afternoon at Fenway, all tied at 7 as we go to the bottom of the 11th. Stay tuned after the game for New England's Red Sox postgame shows. First, it's W.B. Mason's Extra Innings, then Granite City Electric Extra Innings Extra. After the last inning, the action's just beginning, and David Ortiz will be a guest in studio.
Bottom bottom of the 11th inning. The Red Sox and Seattle Mariners tied 7-7. And Kevin Youkilis to lead it off against J.J. Poots, who's back out there again. Poots pitched the 10th inning. Softly hit. Cabrera across to get Youkilis for the first out in the 11th. So Youkilis retired for the first out here in the 11th inning. 3-hit day today for Youkilis.
And I'm sure a lot of the crowd staying around to watch Ortiz and Manny hit again in this game.
Ortiz, a tough day today. 0 for 5 with 2 strikeouts. He get an RBI in the first inning on a ground out that scored Mark Bellhorn. Ortiz with 11 home runs on the season. Just missing 1-1. Ortiz, then Manny Ramirez here in the bottom of the 11th inning. Both pens are now quiet as Manny waits on deck. So left down the line, bending, and bending foul. Ortiz is down 1-2. David Ortiz with a 12th inning home run against Toronto on Easter Sunday, a walk-off home run. Beat the Toronto Blue Jays. And up top that time to strike him out. Third time today Ortiz has struck out in a tough 0 for 6 day for David.
Yeah, since that first inning when he had a ground ball, a drive, and a run, it has been a tough afternoon. 3 straight strikeouts. They elevate with the fastball. And the last 3 strikeouts that he's had all have been on the fastball.
2 down for the birthday boy, Manny Ramirez. And 2 down here in the last half of the 11th inning. Fouled off the right side, strike 1 to Ramirez. Manny struck out his last time up. Doubled back in the 3rd and has 2 RBIs in the game. In the dirt outside, it's 1-1. And coming into today, the league leader in home runs with 14. J.J. Poots into his 2nd inning of relief has the first 2 outs of the 11th inning. Two and 1 to Manning. The 50th game of the year for the Red Sox, coming in at 30-19. The Yankees have lost today. A win would put the Red Sox back in sole possession of first place.
Well, those guys have been out of the game a long time.
Big swing and a miss from Ramirez.
Over the top curveball. He's got a good one.
Boots staring in to get the sign. Manny backing out. The 2-2 struck him out. Went up top, back-to-back strikeouts for Boots. Pretty impressive. Both Ortiz and Ramirez down by way of the K. At the end of 11, tied at 7.
What's here to do in Philly? Oh, boy.
Well, I guess they want to come over and see the Liberty Bell.
You got the Liberty Bell.
We have the Liberty Bell.
Pretzels.
The National Constitution Museum.
There's lots of theater, excellent restaurants.
Well, there's a lot of culture here.
It's like a baby New York.
For me, it's
cheesesteak. Cheesesteak. Cheesesteak.
Cheesesteak?
Cheesesteak.
Now there's another great reason to go to Philly. You can fly there for just $29 on Southwest Airlines.
I love Philadelphia.
You are now free to move about the country.
Dan needs you.
Yes, Dan?
Rebecca, I can't seem to get anywhere with management about our healthcare budget. Can you help?
Sure, Dan. We're switching to Liberty by Tufts Health Plan.
Why?
Our people can control their spending, and they get rewards like travel and shopping discounts just for making healthy choices.
Well, how does that help?
When we all get healthier, costs go down for everyone.
I think we're all more comfortable now.
Tufts Health Plan. No one does more to keep you healthy.
With XM satellite radio,
Find hotel.
Bluetooth wireless technology,
Dial.
and voice-activated navigation,
Do you need directions?
No thanks. I got it.
you are not alone. Introducing the all-new 270 horsepower Acura TL.
Back at Fenway, all tied at 7 as we go to the top of the 12th. We remind you this copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the Boston Red Sox may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. In addition, the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Boston Red Sox.
Tied at 7 as we head to the 12th, and Anastasio Martinez back out on the mound. Red Sox have further action in the bullpen. Lenny DiNardo up out in the pen. He had been up last inning. A long time since Curt Schilling's been in the game. 7 2/3 innings today. To right field, McCarty coming on hard will make the running catch. Hung up long enough for McCarty to run underneath it for out number 1.
McCarty's been busy out there since moving to right field. Had a couple of putouts last inning. He gets the first one here in the 12th. Charging the ball this time.
One down for Randy Wynn. Broke up what was a very good start for Curt Schilling today. It was perfect through 5 2/3 innings, and then Randy Wynn with a single broke up any thoughts of a no-hitter or a perfect game today for Schilling. And then from there, things certainly changed. Schilling ended up today going 7 2/3, 5 hits, giving up 4 runs, walk, and 4 strikeouts. Bunt try, Euclid is there, and Randy Wynn is out number 2 in the 12th.
One thing that helped Euclid on that bunt, not that it was a great bunt, but the fact that it did bounce up into his glove. If he has to reach down lower, it makes it a much more difficult play. But watch it bounce right up about belt high. Well, I should say about knee high, and that makes it a much easier play for the third baseman.
Two down for Ichiro. He struck out his last time up. Hits are 13-8 in favor of the Red Sox. one time today, had a 3-0 lead. 3-1, 5-1. And Seattle went ahead 7-5 with a 6-run 8th. Red Sox tying it up in the bottom of the 8th. 7-7 is where we stand now into the 12th inning. Two and two to Ichiro. Martinez in his second inning of relief. Only man that's reached so far, Raul Ibanez on a leadoff walk last inning. He's now retired 5 Mariners in a row. One hopper to short. Crespo in the dirt, dug out by Dominique. And a 1-2-3 top of the 12th for Anastasio Martinez. Tied at 7. We work our way to the bottom of the 12th.
Don't buy another SUV before you check out the Hyundai Santa Fe. Inside, tons of space and lots of standard features, all for $4,400 less than a Toyota Highlander when comparably equipped. And outside, great looks powered by an available 3.5-liter V6 with reliability backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. The Hyundai Santa Fe starting at just $16,994 with utility package. With Hyundai, you win. Get a 2004 Santa Fe with $1,500 cash back or 0% APR.
If you're a serious fan, make Bob's Stores your official teamwear shop. With the best selection of authentic Red Sox apparel, plus all your favorite activewear, sneakers, and cleats. Get geared up at Bob's.
It's Toyota's nationwide sales drive at your Toyota dealer, featuring a full line of fan favorites, industry-leading quality, and incredible values. Like the Toyota Camry's highest cash back ever, $1,000. Or you can save with 0% APR financing. Or choose Highlander and get cash back of $500 on models with available all-wheel drive and third-row seating. The race is on. Toyota's nationwide sales drive ends June 1st. See your New England Toyota dealer now.
Don Orsillo and Jerry Remy back at Fenway, tied at 7. Into the bottom of the 12th inning we go. The longest game of the year for the Red Sox is 13 innings. They did that back on April 8th at Baltimore in a 3-2 loss. It was the night before the Red Sox came home for the home opener at Fenway Park. J.J. Putz into the last of the 12th inning. Cesar Crespo leading it off. He struck out his last time up. Back in the 9th inning. Hops it up into right center field. In comes Randy Wynn. 1 down. Jason Varitek was a hit today. Single back in the 8th. 1 for 5 day. Strikeout his last time up. 1 of 2 Ks today for Varitek. Third inning of relief for Putz. Came on in the 10th.
Done a heck of a job. He hasn't had control problems. He's had some strikeouts. Good curveball.
Down and into Varitek. Jason ahead 2-0. David McCarty waits on deck. Foul tipped into the catcher's mitt that time. 2-1.
Varitek going for it all on that 2-0 count. 2-0 fastball.
8 home runs this season for Jason Varitek. And it's 2-2. One down, last of the 12th. Varitek gets hit with a pitch. So the 2-2 pitch grabs him down to first base. He goes with 1 out in the inning.
He could see that coming too. The big breaking ball heading right for his leg. He just spins around and takes one for the team.
Right fielder, number 10, David McCarty.
1 out, 1 on. David McCarty, the hitter. He doubled in his first at bat back in the 8th. There's 1 for 2 since coming into the game. Originally came in at first base defensively for the Red Sox, and all the changes, he finds himself defensively now in right field. Tight, and it's 2-0. Gets into his 3rd inning of relief, got the first out, then he hits Varitek. All falling behind McCarty. Behind him, 3-0.
This has been a good spot in the batting order today. Millar, while he was in the game, had a walk and a couple of hits. McCarty, since being in the game, has got a double and a ground out. Way ahead here, 3-0.
In the air to center field. Randy Wynn heading back at the track at the wall. It's gone! A walk-off 2-run home run for David McCarty in the bottom of the 12th, and the Red Sox win it 9-7. It's time to hop around. The Red Sox win it 9-7.
Count to David McCarty. Once again, the green light on 3-0 straightaway center field for the game winner.
The Red Sox back in first place as a result of the win. And the Yankee loss today as the Red Sox pick up their 31st win of the year, 31-19 with the win. 35,046 watching the game, and the Red Sox with a 9-7 win in 12 innings today at Fenway Park, sending home the 35,046 happy Red Sox fans here today from Fenway Park.
Play of the game is brought to you by Foxwoods Resorts and Casinos, and of course the David McCarty 2-run home run on a 3-0 count here in the 12th inning to give the Red Sox the 9-7 lead. McCarty coming into the game late, a double, and now this home run, and sends Fenway faithful home happy.
So So the Red Sox 9-7 victors here today against the Seattle Mariners in 12 innings. For Jerry Remy, Don Orsillo saying so long. Now it's time for WB Mason's Extra Innings with Eric Freed and Sam Horn. Eric?
Thank you very much, Don. It was worth the long wait. We forgot that Curt Schilling had a perfect game early in this game. That seemed like days ago, but David McCarty sends everyone home happy at Fenway Park. The 3-0 pitch, he delivers the 2-run shot, Sammy.
Right, that's a ball where you're looking out in front, you get the green light. If it's a good pitch, this guy was able to throw the head, and good he did.
Terry Francona used, I think, just about everybody. I think they were probably calling some more people up from Pawtucket while this game was going on. They were running out of players, but David McCarty, one of those reserve players, comes up big. We'll talk all about it. We'll hear post-game reaction from the Red Sox clubhouse. David Ortiz will join us in studio. It's all coming up next on WB Mason's Extra Innings, so come on back.
Maybe this isn't the best time to say it, but I think you're really beautiful.
Well, I've always been attracted to you too, Paul.
Wait, hold on one sec, babe. Excuse me?
Want to get away? Now you can. Fly Southwest Airlines nonstop from Manchester or Providence to Chicago Midway for just $79 each way.
You are now free to move about the country. You can handle a long, hard day, but can your deodorant? Yeah, it's Arm & Hammer Ultra Max with our Clean Feel formula for 24-hour protection. All day, all night. Guaranteed. Ultra Max deodorant. 24 hours of clean.
Now on DVD, a comedy that's raw, outrageous, and crazier than any vacation you've ever been on.
You ready for the time of your life?
From the guys who brought you Super Troopers, cool, Broken Lizards, Club Dread. Own it today.
Yeah, hey, Pete, on your can here it says a taste born high in the Rocky Mountains. What does that mean?
Well, back in 1873, my great-grandfather built the Coors Brewery here in the Rockies. That's why we like to say, a taste born high in the Rocky Mountains.
Hey, I'm going to have another party Saturday night. Want to bring the twins?
I don't think so.
Closed captioning for Boston Red Sox baseball has been brought to you by Aflac. Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Thanks to David McCarty's walk-off home run, the Red Sox jump back into first place in the American League East. Yankees lose, Sox win. 9-7 the final in 12 innings as they take 2 out of 3 from the Mariners. And welcome to WB Mason's Extra Innings along with Sam Horn. I am Eric Freed. A thriller at Fenway Park. Sox were on cruise control in this one for a good chunk of the game, thanks in large part to the effort of Curt Schilling on the mound in the early innings, retiring the first 17 Seattle batters he faced. Sox had a 5-1 lead. Things unraveled from there until the Sox got it back together, thanks to McCarty's second home run of the season. Before the game started, one of the game keys for Sam was setting the table, and we certainly saw that today. Bellhorn leading off, Youkilis batting second with Johnny Damon not in the starting lineup today, but look what those top two guys did. They're the ones who scored the 5 runs to put the Sox on top 5-1.
Right, and it was just like you say, apropos for what we had said earlier. These guys got on base, and that was what we said earlier. Then you have Ortiz and Manny coming through doing their job and being able to produce the runs.
Right, in the first inning, Bellhorn with a leadoff single, hitting in the leadoff position, came in hitting .243. Bellhorn would single twice on the afternoon, and Kevin Youkilis with a double as he was the next batter up. Ortiz would score Bellhorn on the ground out, and Manny would score Youkilis on a sacrifice fly. Just like that, the table was set, and the big guns brought him in.
Right, and both of these guys all day, they were able to come in and produce, and that's what you want from the 3, 4, 5 in your lineup.
Youkilis was on base 4 times, scored 3 times. Bellhorn, with those 2 singles, scored each time he singled. So the top 2 guys, the table setters, as we talked about before the show started, were the difference early on. The big difference early on was the early perfection from Curt Schilling, as he was perfect through 5 2/3. A no decision, of course, for Schilling in this game, and the late heroics would get the Sox off the hook. Schilling was outstanding. 17 up, 17 down to start the game. And besides everything, what was working for Curt in those first 5 2/3, Sam?
Well, he was able to keep everybody on track. Everyone knows that Curt is a power pitcher, but today he had a tremendous little fork piece, and that's what kept everybody off balance. As you're seeing right there, fastball, then a little bit of the split finger.
Schilling would work into the 8th inning, ran out of gas, went 7 2/3, 5 hits, 4 runs, 4 earned, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts. When Terry Francona came to get him out after giving up a single to Ichiro Suzuki, it was turned over to the Red Sox bullpen. Alan Embry faced one batter. It was a single. And then Keith Foulke came in, and the big shot was Raul Ibanez's 10th home run of the season. And Seattle had a 7-5 lead, but a little heroics early on. Before we got to extra innings, Andy Dominique's first major league hit ties the game up at 7-all, and that jumped us ahead to the late heroics. David McCarty stepping up and getting the game-winning 2-run home run. Poots had been outstanding, but he hit Varitek. You could see some signs of wear and tear a little bit on Poots, and McCarty, you could tell once it left the bat, he knew it had enough to get up to the green shirts.
Right, and the thing was that the Mariners starting pitcher had been doing extremely well, but then in this game today, their bullpen kept everybody at bay. But it was only a matter of time in which when you have a 3-0 count, you start leaving guys out there and you start, like you said, laboring. That fastball starts to get up in the zone, and then that's when the big bats come alive.
Really, Sam, the Seattle bullpen, the story back-to-back days. They're the ones who kept the Sox bats quiet in order to give Seattle a victory on Saturday afternoon. But after Ryan Franklin got back on track, Vallone, Mateo, Hasegawa only faced 2 batters, gave up a couple of hits. Guardado and Poots had to go a little longer than probably Bob Melvin would have liked.
Right, and like they said, they were able to let the Red Sox back in the game. I think the key turning point is when Wilson was able to let those 2 balls go between, that 1 ball go between his legs, and Kevin Youkilis hustling from second base put him up, and that was probably the difference at that point.
Baseball is really an amazing game. It looked like an ironclad lock that Curt Schilling would be our Subaru star of the game. He retires the first 17 batters he faces, but it's a long game, and a different hero emerges. It's David McCarty who's our Subaru star of the game, as the walk-off home run sent the Sox home winners. They take 2 out of 3 from Seattle. 1 game left to go here on this 10-game homestand, and that comes up tomorrow afternoon, a Memorial Day matinee against the Baltimore Orioles. But David McCarty, our Subaru star of the game. We will hear from David McCarty post-game. David Ortiz expected up here in studio with us this afternoon, and we'll also get you to manager Terry Francona and his comments after a victory for the Red Sox. Curt Schilling was the one who got it started. McCarty's the one who got it finished.
This ought to top up your afternoon nicely.
Hi, I'm Shonda Schilling, a melanoma survivor.
And I'm Curt Schilling. If you're a baseball fan, you probably know a lot about statistics. Here's one you may not know. 1 in 5 children will develop skin cancer.
A person's chance of developing melanoma is directly related to the sun exposure during the first 18 years of life. We want you to know how important it is to stay shaded between noon and 2. Apply sunscreen and wear a hat and sunglasses.
Please teach your kids about sun safety and make sure that you are sunwise also.
Just remember the Shade Foundation motto, limit the sun, not the fun.
The new all-wheel drive Subaru Forester. Top pick by the leading consumer magazine and named the best small SUV we've ever tested by the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety. Sport utility tough, car easy. Newly styled and powered by a 210 horsepower turbocharged boxer engine. Subaru Forester brings a new level of driving performance to SUVs. Take one for a test drive and you'll see what I mean.
Now get 1.9% financing for 60 months or up to $1,000 customer cash back.
Dunkin' Donuts is ready to hand you our cool cash certificates if we spot you drinking any of our delicious iced beverages. It's a chance you won't want to let go of. Get caught cold.
They have built a New England sports legacy with 2 Patriots Super Bowl championships. Now the Kraft family will receive the Sports Museum's Lifetime Achievement Award June 1st at the Tradition. Join New England sports legend John Busick, Mo Vaughn, Casey Jones, Gil Santos, and a host of others as the Sports Museum honors their legacies at a gala reception and award ceremony. The Tradition, presented by New Balance at the Fleet Center June 1st. Tickets are available at the Fleet Center box office or at sportsmuseum.org.
Game highlights are brought to you by Hotel Commonwealth, rated one of the 10 best business hotels worldwide by Forbes. Enjoy the charm and comfort of the hotel and dine at Great Bay, where you'll enjoy award-winning seafood. The Hotel Commonwealth, located in Kenmore Square, the new hotel of Tim Kerwin, Michael Schlow, and Chris Myers. And I have a feeling it's going to take a while to get through these game highlights.
All right, let's get at it.
16 runs, although none were on the board for Seattle through the first 5 innings. Curt Schilling made sure of that. Here he goes to work, getting Cabrera in the 3rd. Next batter in the 3rd, Dan Wilson. Schilling delivers to him and gets him fishing. Red Sox had a 2-0 lead. They scored 2 runs in the first inning, jumped out early. A little bit of cushion for Schilling to deal with. Here's a little bit more. Manny Ramirez with the double to center field. Kevin Youkilis running hard from first base. Here he comes. Here's the relay. It is not in time. Youkilis in, standing up, an RBI double for Manny. Back to work goes Curt Schilling, top of the 5th with a 3-0 lead. Brett Boone. Well, here's the play by Pokey Reese. Check it. Cabrera. This was the one where it looked like maybe that was going to break up the no-hitter, or more importantly, Sam, maybe that's the play that would keep a no-hitter intact. Start looking at things like that. But it would be broken up, and that was it for Schilling's no-hitter. Here was the big insurance right here. 2-run scoring on a wild pitch. Bellhorn and Youkilis come in to score. The wild pitch to Mateo, but Seattle wasn't done. Ichiro with the single. That scores Cabrera. 5-3 Red Sox on top. Schilling is done. 7 2/3, 5 hits, 4 runs, a walk, 4 strikeouts. But the bullpen could not get it done. After Alan Embry came on, it was Keith Foulke who came in. First blown save of the season for Keith Foulke. Edgar Martinez with a single scored Ichiro. Then the big blast here. Raul Ibanez, 3-run home run to right field. Hanson and Aurelia score, and Seattle was up 7-5 in the 8th inning. But the Sox battle back against Eddie Guardado and the Seattle bullpen. Andy Dominique pokes one to right field. It falls in front of Ichiro. David McCarty scores from 3rd. And that made it a 7-7 game. And then McCarty with the big blast. In the 12th inning, I should have left you a little time to get that in there. 9-7, Red Sox win it on the 2-run home run by David McCarty. Go back to a small thing in this game. In the 8th inning, McCarty tagging up, going on to third base to be in position for Dominique to score on that little flare.
Right, and that's the point. When you see that ball hit right there, it's kind of hard to judge, but you can kind of see from the right fielder in the sun that he wasn't going to charge in and make that play. That was a good read right there.
Johnny Damon had a sacrifice fly in that 8th inning that brought in Veritek, and McCarty went on to 3rd on that play and would come in on Dominique's little poke hit, and you see the box score as we take you through it. But it's those little things in a game that featured Curt Schilling's dominance in the early innings and then 16 runs. Sometimes you don't think, well, a guy tagging up going from 2nd to 3rd would make a difference, but really with Dominique just poking it out there, McCarty moved on to 3rd on the sac fly, came home on the single. Really a back and forth game. It looked like Seattle, the first team to get to Keith Foulke in that manner this year, but Foulke battled back, and the Red Sox bullpen battled back with Timlin coming in after that and right down the line getting the job done.
Right. It looked kind of bad from that point because that's the first blown save, of course, for Foulke. But they were starting to get to him a little bit, but then the rest of the bullpen was able to come in and keep the game going. Martinez came in and pitched extremely well up until that point, and you knew that it was just a matter of time because the Red Sox, they chip in, and they chip in often, and that's what you need from a team in the latter end of the game.
After watching the Sox close at Keith Foulke now for 2 months, it's so rare to see a day like today where, well, it is a blown save. That just goes to underscore how good he has been for them all season long.
Right, he has been, and even dating back to last year, this guy has so many so many saves in a row, and you know that it was going to come a time we wouldn't like to have seen it today, but still, he's still a great pitcher. He's 9 for 10 at the moment, and he's going to be right back out there in the next save opportunity.
Absolutely, and his teammates picked him up coming back to win it in the 12th inning. Now back to Curt Schilling. You know, there's a point where you say, well, he's got a perfect game going or a no-hitter going, and we were at the point in the game where we're like, well, sometimes you need a great play, and Pokey Reese with our W.B. Mason delivery of the game, ranging to his left, making a terrific throw, to get the out, and you're starring that one at the time, you have to admit, well, that could be the play that saved it for Schilling. There would be a single after that and some runs for Seattle, but Pokey with a terrific play right there.
Right, and, you know, as advertised, everyone says how good this guy is defensively. As he continues to throw that glove out there every day, you see him make magnificent plays. So for Pokey, all I can say is that, you know, you just need to keep him in the lineup. Everybody's talking about when Nomar's coming back. Of course, we're missing him, but this guy right here is filling in absolutely tremendously.
And there is another game that Sox fans will keep an eye on tonight. It's when Nomar Garciaparra plays for the Paws. Sox down in Louisville, 7:15 start as he takes the next step forward in his rehabilitation from his Achilles injury. Much more to get to about this victory for the Red Sox on a Sunday afternoon at Fenway Park. Terry Francona set to answer questions next.
Satellite radio.
Find hotel.
Bluetooth wireless technology.
Dial.
And voice-activated navigation.
Do you need directions?
No thanks. I got them.
You are not alone. Introducing the all-new 270 horsepower Acura TL.
Discover the power of access. The Premium Club. It begins with your private access to Celtics and Bruins games. But membership in the Premium Club doesn't end there. It's about access to sold-out concerts, access to tee times at exclusive golf courses, one-of-a-kind vacations, and privileges and amenities you won't find anywhere else. For membership details, access fleetcenter.com. The Premium Club, where access is everything.
Hi, I'm Shonda Schilling, a melanoma survivor.
And I'm Curt Schilling. If you're a baseball fan, you probably know a lot about statistics. Here's one you may not know. 1 in 5 children will develop skin cancer.
A person's chance of developing melanoma is directly related to the sun exposure during the first 18 years of life. We want you to know how important it is to stay shaded between noon and 2. Apply sunscreen and wear a hat and sunglasses.
Please teach your kids about sun safety and make sure that you are sunwise also.
Just remember the Shade Foundation motto, limit the sun, not the fun.
Hey, Gianni, what's up, baby? Hey, shh, I got a little secret for you. G-R-B, G-R-B, G-R-B. The ESPN Major League Baseball. I am the man. I got the knuckle cool ball, I got the hardball, and I got the circle chains. And I also got the spaghetti and meatball ball. Ball, beep, boom. Rated E.
Today's show is brought to you by WB Mason, the official office product supplier of the Boston Red Sox.
Red Sox manager Terry Francona had to max out his lineup card today as Doug Mirabelli was the only position player not to get in the game. He had tweaked his hamstring yesterday, so probably wasn't available. So everyone making a contribution, all hands on deck, and it ends with David McCarty's 2-run home run to give the Sox a victory. We take you downstairs to the Red Sox clubhouse for our first look with the Sox manager.
I don't think you can overlook what he does with those guys out there, ever.
Terry, back on the 3-0 count, with that short amount of time between ball 2 and ball 3, is there enough time for you to turn to Brad Mills or somebody and say, what do you think, should we let him hit? Was there any dialogue at all?
Oh, yeah, there always is. But, I mean, well, I'm not really sure. I mean, it just kind of happens. I mean, we talk about a lot of things like that, but it's pretty much just like you just said. I mean, just, you know, what do you think? Is probably what I said, and, you know, and he, fastball hitter. You know, and I think he knows me well enough to know sometimes I'm looking for an answer. Like, just give me a little nudge in the right direction. We know each other pretty well. That's the relationship we're supposed to have. But we go back and forth on a lot of things. Some things I may not even know if I'm saying out loud. He knows if I'm talking out loud, I'm looking for help.
What was the decision to pinch hit with Dominic? Why take him out to Pokey or take out Pokey and put in Dominic?
Well, we needed to. That's big run. We need, they're going to play the infield in. Andy stays on the ball very well, as he did. That's exactly why he hit. He's a very good hitter, and that's kind of why we have him here. It's tough to do that, I agree. We had guys out of position a little bit. Dave McCarty played a very good right field. Andy Dominique played a good first base. I understand the question. I definitely thought about it. I thought it was in our best interest to tie that game. If we don't tie it, You know, we tie it and go out and lose. At least we tied it.
You talk about the contributions of guys who weren't here to start. I mean, Martinez, Dominic, you know, Euclid, all of them guys who weren't around at the beginning of the season.
And yeah, I'm not putting anybody down, but that was a team we ran out there a lot at the end of the games in Fort Myers. You know what? That says a lot for the guys we have. They put a Red Sox uniform on, and they expect to win. So do we. I think we were kind of getting frustrated because we thought we had to win, but I don't think there was a point where we looked out in the field and said, we're not going to win. I think we all thought we were going to win, just a matter of time.
Did you think this team had that, Terry, you know, from afar?
Yeah.
You got to watch it?
Yeah. Saw it too much last year.
Is it a stretch to say that Wakefield, the way he settled down yesterday, saved the bullpen, and obviously you needed that bullpen?
Yes, definitely. And we don't think about that. In the second or third inning yesterday, we're already thinking about that. It allows you to match up a little bit more, but and get guys in the right situation. But really today, I mean, Anastasio goes 2 full. He wasn't matching up. He was just getting people out.
Oh, he absolutely was. Mike Timlin and Anastasio Martinez pitched the final 3 innings out of the Sox bullpen, Sam. Hitless ball, scoreless ball. The last 4 innings from the Sox bullpen after Folk had his troubles in the 8th inning. Hitless and scoreless, the pen got it done.
And once again, the bullpen has been basically the bread and butter for Francona out there. It doesn't really matter who he sends out there. Those guys are going out there, taking the ball and getting people out, and that's what you want to see from your pen.
Anastasio Martinez, the winning pitcher in this game. He is now 2-0. Remember, he was just recently called up from AAA Pawtucket, and Andy Dominique was out there, called up from AAA Pawtucket. Martinez, Euclid. It's quite a list with Ben Mondor watching, the president and owner of the Paw Sox on Ben Mondor Day. Perfect day when you look at Martinez, Euclid hooking up right there to Dominique at first. They were all involved in some of these plays. But Francona just referred to it. These are guys that got a lot of playing time at the end of spring training, and sometimes people look at those spring training games and say, well, the regular guys aren't out here, but you're trying to get as much experience to these guys and get them to be a part of this team from an early part of the season, because you never know if they're going to be with you, whether it's September or in May, as we're seeing right now.
Right. It shows the depth of the Red Sox overall. It's just not the Red Sox team up here in the majors, but they're AAA and all the way down through. Right now, you can say that anybody that comes up from the minor leagues is basically contributing, and that's what you want. Everyone is basically put in a situation where they can succeed and not fail. So I think that has to definitely take into account of Francona using them in the right place.
Well, look what Terry did today. He puts Kevin Euclid up to the number 2 spot. Here's a rookie who's only been with the team for a couple of weeks.
Setter.
Yeah, the table setter's up there right behind Mark Bellhorn. And what does Euclid do as we bring you back to our Sovereign Bank player profile? All he does is go 3 for 5 with 3 runs scored. He's now hitting .317 as he's made the plays in the field. He's delivered at the plate.
Well, this is the guy that's come up and he's did exactly what they anticipated. He's been able to get on base. He's starting to figure out the major league pitching, in which everyone is going to struggle. He hasn't had much of a struggle, but he's figuring them out by going out there, hitting with Papa Jack and working out his kinks.
Hey, he's been on base 4 times today, and the other 3 hits and a hit by pitch. So there you have it. The on-base machine gets it done again as Kevin Euclid in the number 2 spot comes through, as the Red Sox come through with a 9-7 victory. And when we come back on WB Mason's Extra Innings, much more to come from the clubhouse, and David Ortiz will be with us in studio. Stand by for Big Papi.
Dunkin' Donuts is ready to hand you our cool cash certificates if we spot you drinking any of our delicious iced beverages. It's a chance you won't want to let go of. Get caught cold.
Did you know Explorer has a no-charge third-row seat, a $745 value? And for a limited time, you can also get a power moonroof, a total value of $1,595 in no-charge options. Explorer 4x4, specially equipped with a standard V6, independent rear suspension, CD, remote keyless entry, and more. 0% financing for 60 months, plus $2,850 Ford credit bonus cash, or lease for only $299 a month. See your New England Ford dealer.
Want to breathe life into your day? Try using a straw.
Being the play-by-play,
I can get my home team in high def
and turn my den into the place to be.
She can get her favorite network shows in high def. I can finally get the HD TV.
I can.
Can you?
You can with Adelphia HD TV. Adelphia brings you more of your favorite local channels in high def. And right now, get this great deal on Adelphia HD TV. Only Adelphia lets you say,
I can.
Can you?
To get Adelphia HD TV, call today.
Hey, neighbor, need to borrow your rake again.
I've got something even better. 6 cents off every gallon of gasoline.
Really?
When you sign up for Irving Automatic Delivery Home Heat, you can enroll in their Favors for Neighbors program. Save 6 cents at the pump at Irving Mainway convenience stores. Just give them a call, 888-234-1844.
Thanks. That's some favor.
Hey, anything for a neighbor.
Sign up for Favors for Neighbors today. Call 888-234-1844. Irving, making life warmer.
Taylor Minute Gomenex. Soon I'll have a job, a family. I must frolic with my friends. Youth is fleeting, fragile, like a tiny, delicate flower. Okay, you can go.
Now bring a specially marked can of Coca-Cola to Six Flags New England and get up to $12 off regular admission. At Six Flags, it's playtime. Frolic, brilliant.
What can I say?
Our Sylvania lighted up moments. What else? David McCarty, bottom of the 12th inning, doing just that, sending everybody home happy. And we have to admit, it didn't look like anybody had left into the 12th inning, but David McCarty sends everyone home happy as the Sox win it by a final score of 9-7, and very happy to have Big Papi, David Ortiz, sporting the Carmelo colors here today. And David, thank you for coming on here today. And it was a long game, but that's the kind of game that we've seen, and this is your second year with the team. We've seen this team win games like that plenty of times before.
Definitely, we have a good team, and today the game is over. You can give up, you know. So you got guys that they come out there and perform and do their best, like the situation that we just faced with McCarty.
You saw David do it. You were the spectator today, but you've been in that position before when it's the walk-off home run. Just give us a little taste of what that's like to send everyone home.
It feels great, you know. It's a great feeling. I feel great today that happened because I don't feel like I was going to hit anything today. You know? I was kind of depressed, but I went into the clubhouse. I went like, okay, I got to change something because I know for 6 that I'm going to have another at bat. So I changed my shoes, and as soon as I tied them out, McCarty did hit a home run. So that's why I was kind of late out there, but I was with my shirt out and everything, you know, but I got to give my man some love, you know.
You have to give David those shoes. Obviously, those are the magic shoes.
Definitely. I wear it and he don't, you know.
Let's see what happens when he puts them on. But that kind of shows you what this team is. Obviously, you struggled at the plate today with 0 for 6, but you still pull out the game. You got every single person contributed in some way to this game today, and that's got to make you feel, best of all, that you don't need to do it every single day, that somebody can step in and do it for you.
Definitely. That make you feel great. I would feel worse if we don't win that game, you know, and we won. McCarty hit the home run, and it's a great feeling, you know. That's why this thing is have one of the best records in the American League, just because of that. Everybody do something, everybody try to do something in the game, and here we are facing a situation.
Right. Everyone talks about superstitions, things you do in order to get prepared for the game. When you're in the game, are you a guess hitter? I always talk to Manny. I really never talk to you about it. Manny, I always say I just look for the ball. Do you look for a ball in a certain place? Do you look for a certain pitch due to the pitcher, or you just go up there hacking?
You know, I first of all, I make sure that I know and I face the guy that I'm facing that day. That's one, and then I go for those bat in the computer, see what the guy give me, you know. And today, I went to the computer, check on Franklin, and he pitched me totally different to the way he pitched me before. Today he was trying to get me chasing pitches close to the strike zone, and we face Oakland, we face Seattle, we face Texas, and the West Coast team, it seems like they all have the same the same way to pitch to hitter. I guess maybe because they are kind of aggressive in the West Coast. Or I don't know, but they don't care about walking the guy, you know, and face the next one. Same thing happened with Oakland when they were here. You remember Hookson? He was walking people and come the next one. Same thing happened with Mondor when he pitched, you know, and same thing happened in Texas when we went to play over there. So I guess now we kind of have an idea when we play against those West Coast teams.
How does it help you to have Manny behind you in the lineup? I mean, maybe that's why some guys are a little, well, maybe I can get him to fish a little bit because the way Manny's been hitting the ball, and you've been his biggest supporter and cheerleader here through these last 2 years to what he can do. But obviously you're going to have a pretty decent selection, and you've been making pitchers pay by pitching to you.
Well, I was joking around with Manny today. I told him, hey, you know what, I don't think hitting in front of you is helping me. He said, why is that? He said, well, because I go out there and I think the pitch is going to come right at me and I'll be swinging everything. But, yeah, you know, have Manny behind, you know, it's great. When you have a hitter like Manny, you kind of have the idea of what the pitcher want to do with you. But at the same time, you need to know that pitcher know what you can do with the bat. So it's not like they're gonna be here in the tee, here or tees, you know.
Right, they're gonna make the pitches on you.
Yeah, they're gonna try to make pitches on you like Frankie did. Frankie did some back to slider to them. I mean, if you see my first at bat.